Welcome. So, a while back... One sec. A while back, I played through a Touhoumon game. Oh, it's gonna be loud. 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 Wait. No, it's not. Never mind. We're good. I played through another a puppet game that I played like 6 years ago, and I really enjoyed it. It took like 20 fucking parts. But while I was doing that, we were talking about other ones I could return to, and this was one of them. This is Touhoumon Heartgold. This one's one of the best ones that I played. It's... My controller's not picked up. Okay. Shading. One sec. One sec. I'm pretty sure this is touchscreen anyway. I don't need any info. I just want to make sure my controller works. My controller doesn't work. What? No, one sec. What? One sec. Oh, now it does. Okay, now it works. Now it works. So this is what I talked about. This one features all character from game. This one's definitely one of the more easier ones to enjoy as well. For Touhoumon games, there's a lot more options as well. But what we have here, I played Platinum a while back as well, and with Platinum we actually changed it so the shiny rate went up. Just because there's so many different shinies that you just never gonna see, because, well, the rates are unchanged. And this is pre-Gen 6, and pre-Gen 6 the odds were 1 in 8,192, which means the odds of actually seeing a shiny in vanilla gameplay was virtually non-existent. That's not to say it's never happened, but I thought it would be more fun if we could actually see what's going on with the shinies. So what we have here, we have a version. So this version is given to me by the dev. It has the shiny odds are increased to apparently 1 in 799. So obviously that's still not likely. That's still not likely, but that is likely to avoid needing copious amounts of hours of nothing. All right. I don't need anything, Professor Ock. He's also taken the liberty of randomizing things, because I don't know why. I think it was something to do with the Safari Zone made it not really compatible with a randomizer. So the dev randomized it. He randomized the starters, and he randomized all Pokemon with the wild Pokemon with similar strength. This is mainly because I don't really want too much randomized. Aside from that, anyway. So this is just for the sake of the variety of the game. So I still have it. I have a Delta file that changes my character to Jupe. The problem is that the Delta file doesn't work anymore. When I tried to patch, it said invalid checksum. So yeah, but I'm still gonna pick the female because, you know, I'm Jupe. I'm Jupe. That's my name. Yes. Jupe, are you ready for your own tale of grand adventures about to unfold? Whoa. So, there's a neat little quirk about Heartgold and Soul Silver that you probably know about. But in this game specifically, what button pauses? Is there no pause button in this game, or is my control scheme just all kinds of fucked up? Or do I just not have a pause button yet because I don't have a menu? I have not played Heartgold or Soul Silver since, like, you know, the last time I played it here. Can run from the start. Okay, I gotta figure out my buttons then. I also need to change the text to fast. There we go. Thanks, Mom. So, in Heartgold and Soul Silver, you can actually see... okay. You can actually see if a starter is shiny before you pick them. Which means when you're shiny hunting a starter in this game, you actually can look between 3 different Pokemon all at once and see, instead of having to pick, select, do you want a nickname? Alright, I choose this one, and then you check out the Pokemon. Imagine hunting for a shiny starter in like Sun and Moon. You'd probably die. Like straight up, you'd probably die because Sun and Moon takes like 7 fucking minutes for you to pick your starter to when you can actually check your starter's stat screen. Hold on. I'm gonna just do the controller here. Up, left, down, right. B, A, Y, X. Okay. That's key item, yep. So I actually want... Hold on. Okay, there's my run button, there's my confirm button. That's my pause button. I'm gonna change my pause button to start. Wait. Okay. There. So now I press start. Alright. Look at me. I am Jupe. That's me. It's July. That's the name of the month that we are in. And it is currently dark outside. It's New Dark Town. Alright. So, the first thing we will be doing, as I'm sure you'd expect. So what is the objective here? The objective here is that I'm going to play through this game, but I'm only allowed to use shinies. So we're doing a shiny run. Alright, we're going to see the starter. Okay. We're gonna see the starters, and we're gonna pick the starter, and we're not gonna progress the game until we get a shiny. So this could take anywhere from 5 seconds to I don't actually get a starter in the stream. Now I know how that sounds. That sounds really funny, streamer. That sounds like a massive pain in the ass, streamer. Why don't you run 9 copies of the same game to maximize your odds, streamer? Well, I don't know. Why not? Let's not worry about that. I actually had, at one point, I actually did set up multiple before. I did a black and white palette swap randomizer where I swapped between games every time someone died. That was entertaining. So I had 2 different DSs set up for that. Alright, chat. You ready? Let's see. Kwakuma, Tenshi, and Kaguya are our starters. Wow. So, like I said, is there a quick button for reset? Let me see. Control R. Alright. So, in Heartgold and Soul Silver, you can see if they're shiny from this display screen. And that should carry over in this, because I'm pretty sure the dev said that while they were testing it, they rolled a shiny in the rotation. So, we're gonna be doing this for a while. Okay. So to make this more bearable for everybody, we're gonna, you know, obviously nobody wants to listen to speed up music the whole goddamn time. So let's play, you know, let's play some Pokemon music, or even Touhoumon music. We can just play some music. Pokemon music to hunt shinies to. I bet there's a playlist like that. Best music for shiny hunting. Those are remixes. Okay, alright, hold on. No, those are also remixes. View full playlist. It's just Glitch X City. That's it. This is literally just a playlist of Glitch X City. I do not want to listen to Glitch X City. Not even remotely. Why is it all fucking Glitch X City? Bro, I don't want to listen to Glitch X City. Pokemon Shiny Hunt. Manifest your ideal Pokemon now! Alright. Here you go. Here's a 5-hour video. Yeah. Alright. And so begins the grind, boys. The grind. So, who wants to run a wager? Who wants to run the wager? Here we go. Slash poll. Who sparkle? Is it Kwakuma, Tenshi, or Kaguya? Wait, this isn't supposed to be a poll. This is supposed to be a Gamba, right? How do I Gamba? How do you Gamba? Prediction. There it is. Rumia Nitori. No, that's the wrong prediction. What? Slash prediction. Start prediction. Oh, there we go. Why is it so squished? Can you only have 2 outcomes? Who sparkle? Outcome 1. Kwakuma. Outcome 2. Tenshi. Outcome 3. Kaguya. Submission period? I'll give you 2 minutes. Got it. Alright, here you go. Now again, this could take anywhere from 5 seconds to I don't actually accomplish this at the stream. But that's okay, because the point of this stream, boys, the point of this stream is to relax. You know? We're just here to relax. We're gonna see a shiny lass, and it's gonna be awesome. I'm sure. Tenchi. Okay. And again, like I said, we're not gonna miss anything because you'll be able to see if it's shiny on the bottom screen. I know the bottom screen isn't the focus right now, but considering how many times we've seen these guys, I think we'll be able to figure out which one is shiny when it pops up. That said, I don't know what shiny forms look like for any of them, but I have to assume they all look different enough that I'm not like... I have to assume that pretty much every shiny in this game isn't going to require me to like squint my eyes. So I can tell that it worked because obviously these are not the traditional starters. I think the traditional starters in this game are either the fairies or it's Raisin, Sanai, Alice. Tenshi, Kawakama, and Kaguya are not supposed to be the starters. And because the shiny randomization was included in... The shiny odds was included in the randomization patch. It was all one patch. It should all be working. So I don't have to sit here and be like, what if I'm doing this and it's actually full odds? What I really need to be careful of is that I don't accidentally hit the reset hotkey when there is a shiny in my face. Because while that has never happened, it is a ongoing fear that I've had anytime shinies are involved. Anytime I think about shinies, I think, what if I miss it? And it's funny because in games like Scarlet and Violet, I have encountered shiny fletchlings and shiny deerlings, and I noticed them. I vaguely noticed them. I was like, that Pokemon looks different. If you look at shiny deerling and shiny fletchling, you'll understand what I mean when I say that. But like, I'm always afraid that I'm gonna miss a shiny somehow. But I guess I just don't. I guess I just don't. That said, when I was playing Legends, whatever the fuck it's called, Legends Z, Pizza. When I played Pizza, I heard the shiny sparkle before I actually like knew it was a shiny sparkle. I heard the noise and I couldn't find the source. And I was like, okay. And then later I found another shiny and I heard the sparkle and I was like, oh, I guess there was a shiny somewhere that I mayhaps missed. But in Scarlet and Violet, they didn't have any indication in that game. In the Legends games, there's an indication. Like you can see and hear like an actual thing. But in Scarlet and Violet, the only tell that you're dealing with a shiny is a Pokemon refuses to auto battle them. So if you try to run an auto battle with your Pokemon, it will refuse to engage in the auto battle with a shiny, which is a surprisingly nice feature. But that's the only way you can really tell. Aside from your eyes, of course. You can use your eyes. But some Pokemon, like I said, some Pokemon are really hard to see. If you've ever looked at Mousehold, I don't know how people find shiny Mousehold. ZA shinies don't despawn unless defeated, so it might still be there. Maybe I found it by accident in a roundabout way. I don't remember finding any shinies when I played through Legends Arceus, to be honest with you. I got the Ponyta because everybody does. It's a side quest. I can't remember actually finding a shiny in that game. Granted, I wasn't shiny hunting and I didn't really complete anyone's Pokedex because the Pokedex requirement for completion is quite miserable for pretty much everything. Like, catch 25 of this Pokemon. No. I don't want to. I really fucking don't want to. Splash 200 times. Why? Because we need to know about Magikarp. I don't want a shiny Magikarp. Like, some of the requirements were kind of obnoxious. So you only needed to get the book filled enough, and usually that just resulted in killing a couple of them, catching a couple of them, and then like using a move on one of them a few times. I don't actually know how the game graded your Pokedex completion. I just went for the easiest objectives to complete, because that was the quickest way to go about it. Arceus was neat. I didn't play Arceus properly when it first came out. I actually played it well after the fact, but I actually did enjoy it. But the thing is I bought Pizza, and when I beat Pizza, all I could think was, why did I buy that? I don't really know how else to say it, but like, I didn't finish the post-game. I didn't finish the post-game for Pizza, but when I stopped playing it, I really was in a state of like, why did I buy that? Like, I'm pretty sure I enjoyed myself playing it, but like, when I was done, I was like, what was the purpose? Did I really enjoy that? I guess I didn't. But like, I remember Arceus was enjoyable. I enjoyed Arceus. So what was different about Pizza? I don't know. Actually not sure what was that different about Pizza. that I didn't enjoy it as much. Maybe it was because Lumiose got boring and samey. But like, Legends Arceus can get boring and samey too, because there's a lot of fucking plateau and ground. But like, Lumiose City is pretty not exciting. And honestly, I did not have a lot of fun, like, finding elevators and, like, doing, like, fucking shitty parkour with the Rotom phone to, like, reach rooftops. I didn't really enjoy that, and usually I just ended up back somewhere I was prior. And I was like, oh, this isn't new. I thought it was new. I was missing so many colorful screws. I thought I found them all. I found a bunch, and then the game was like, wow, you bought all my merch. Psych. Here's some more merch, bitch. Like, okay. I don't think I minded the characters that much. I don't think the characters were especially weak. I actually like how the story concluded for Lysander and AZ. I thought that was pretty cool. And I liked Corbo. I think Corbo was probably my favorite character to come out of that one. But I also like the remnants of Team Flare. I thought they were neat. I thought there were some actual neat aspects of storytelling in that game. But ultimately, I just didn't really enjoy the game. I think the worst character in the game for me was Jocelyn, the woman with the clefable. Not only is she an obnoxious character, but her theme is not that good, but it's the only fucking theme that anybody ever fucking plays. Too many people like that theme. It's not that good. And her character is awful. Oh my god, she's an awful character. But she ended up being the most popular. Go figure. I liked Corbo. I didn't care about the VTuber. I didn't care about the VTuber, and I didn't care about the fairy lady. So my tastes differ from the modern world, I suppose. I would have liked the Dragon Lady more if she wasn't wearing that really stupid outfit. Because when she did her, like, Zinnia poses, as most Dragon Masters do, they do those Zinnia poses. They're neat characters. But she looks like a fucking idiot. She looks like an idiot in her outfit. Corbo looked very cool. I thought he was very cool. I thought he was a very sleek guy. And like I said, I also liked, I did enjoy the remnants of Team Flare story aspect, because the game is a continuation of the events of X and Y, where, well, more so X, because Lysander is wandering. He's wandering, and Team Flare has been disbanded, and, like, the amount of public hatred towards Team Flare when it was, like, you know, there was revealed they were behind all of it, was insane. But then you learn about, like, the remnants of Team Flare, which is essentially just, like, a program for like, gifted children, orphans or whatever, that were supposed to follow up. They were supposed to follow up. And even not Malva, sorry. What's her name? The blue-haired lady, she was a Team Flare admin, and the reason why she's running the lab in Lysander's place is because she's effectively being forced to do community service for her actions. Zenilin, I think his name is, or Zerx, whatever the fuck, the scientist dude who's involved with Emma, because Emma is involved in the extra plot in Lumiose, which involves him and Looker, and he has a picture as well in her office. So some of them, I guess, went straight. I know Malva fucking hates the player's guts for disbanding Team Flare. I imagine she didn't stick around in the Elite Four for very long after that, but no, according to the Team Flare remnant guys, the public opinion of Team Flare was basically in the dirt, and there was a lot of, like, anybody associated with Team Flare was basically ostracized from society, which makes sense, but in a Pokemon game, you don't really see that aspect of society ever really happening. It's one of those things that you only really hear about in backstory, but when you, the player, are just playing the game, it's like, you talk to a fat guy, and he's like, whoa, technology is incredible! And it's like, okay, sure is, bro. Like, we're not really learning about the dark side of society. But there is stuff like that scattered throughout Pokemon. Even the game we're playing right now, like the legend behind the burned tower, right? The burned tower was burned down by humans, right? I think it was. Somebody correct me on this, actually. Isn't the lore on the burned tower is like there were two towers. There was the tin tower and then there's what is now referred to as the burned tower. And I guess humans for some reason burned down the tower, which caused the god of the tower, I guess, to like leave. And through the remains of the burnt tower rose the three legendary beasts, the sacred beasts. But I don't remember the details. But I'm pretty sure Ekritik has a pretty bad history. But the thing is that it was a lightning strike. Oh, was it? I thought it was human intervention. Because humans, yokai, divine beings, fear, blah blah blah. But also, like, this was an era where Nintendo actually did kind of do darker things in the background of their worlds. Like, in Ocarina of Time, for example, like, there's the Shadow Temple, the bottom of the well, right? And how the Shadow Temple is basically a representation, and it even says, like, on the walls in the Shadow Temple, like, this is a tribute to the dark and bloodied history of Hyrule. I mean, there was a great war that happened that resulted in Link being, you know, adopted by the Kokiri in the first place, right? There's also the fact that the Sheikah tribe is basically extinct. There's, like, none of them left anymore. They died out due to seemingly this war. But there's, yeah, again, the Shadow Temple, which is just, like, it just shows that Hyrule is not really a land that was built on sunshine and rainbows, and to be fair, what land is? But I think it's pretty neat how there are these aspects. And obviously Majora's Mask exists, and people have talked to death about Majora's Mask and what Majora's Mask supposedly represents, what it stands for, but also all the darker themes within Majora's Mask itself. Shit like that, right? But this was, like, even in earlier Pokemon games, like Lavender Tower, the ghosts of Lavender Tower, the fact that Team Rocket straight up killed a Marowak. They killed a Marowak, and its ghost came back because it was pissed at that behavior. Like, Pokemon don't really die, they faint, right? But then there's an entire area dedicated to Pokemon dying, or dead Pokemon. But there's also an instance in this plotline where Team Rocket had actively just fucking killed a Pokemon. Like, straight up killed it. And it's like, how did they do that? Well, it's not really a question of how they did that, but it's like, people don't kill Pokemon in the Pokemon world. They just don't. That kind of thing doesn't happen. And the Pokemon manga has a lot of aspects to it that are, like, a lot more grimdark and more violent, and sometimes, like, borderline, just like, what is this doing in Pokemon? But like I said, this was kind of an era where rated E for everyone was more of a rated E10 kind of deal, right? Where everyone was kind of like, the cutoff was like 10, so there were more mature themes that existed. Like, no, I wouldn't say E10, but it's more like, when it says rated E for everyone, it means specifically, like, there's content in here that at surface level is very family friendly, but further in, there's like wisecracks or references, or sometimes just straight up like history that you have to explore a little bit, that gives depth to the worlds that you only really understand or truly, like, figure out someone who is, like, older. As a kid, you're probably just playing the game. You might not even realize what characters are saying to you or understanding the story beats, but as an adult, you are paying attention to those. And that's kind of where the E for everyone kind of goes with that, is that, you know, the surface level presentation is great for everybody, but there's deeper stuff within to make it more engaging for those who are of older ilk. And that's kind of what rated E for everyone meant. Nowadays, rated E for everyone means, well, it still means E for everyone. I'm not saying that stuff nowadays doesn't have stuff like that, but I think it's just more noticeable in the early 90s-ish, because it was a weird era of, like, there wasn't as much censorship. There was definitely still censorship, don't get me wrong. There was censorship, It's kind of a different kind of censorship. What was kind of allowed and what was not allowed differed in that time frame for sure. Nowadays, censorship is a lot more prominent in places. But even back then, like, Japan just kind of fucking did what it wanted. And their cultural norms, when translated to overseas, were like, well, okay, for the most part, this is fine, but we gotta change, like, a couple things here, because what are we doing? But now with everything kind of being an international release, there's a lot more, there's more precautions taken with the release of products. A lot of that zany, like, Japan humor, I guess you could call it, isn't really present in video games because these games release all at the same time, so they're all kind of designed with every region in mind ahead of time. Or if there are changes, they're just kind of slight things that don't mean much, but, you know, the slippery slope fallacy and all that. The Persona 2 antagonists. Yeah, that's a funny one. That's a funny one. In America, Sailor Moon changed the lesbians to cousins. Now, I don't have any recollection about those two characters from actually watching them, but I do find it funny that they didn't change any of their dialogue and scenes. They simply changed the wording, so they referred to each other as, like, relatives and not as, you know, lovers. But, like, none of the scenes or dialogue was really adjusted to compensate. I mean, could you imagine if they tried to change the dialogue to some of those scenes? How that just wouldn't work. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. But there's stuff like that where that kind of thing would get censored. There was a lot of gun censorship in early Pokemon. A lot of gun censorship happened. There was also some destruction censorship, if some of you were aware. There was a couple episodes that got delayed or I don't know if any of them got flat out removed from airing, but there were some that got delayed, like the one where Tentacruel destroys the town. That one, by the way, is in the opening, which is funny. In the opening movie, you can see that Tentacruel destroy a building. That episode was delayed in America because, you know, destruction. Also, Lavender Tower. The episode about Lavender Tower got delayed because it was set to come out around 9/11, I guess. And they were like, that's touchy. The Safari Zone episode is the one you're talking about, yeah. The Safari Zone episode featured a lot of guns and Hitler Meowth. There were a lot of guns in the Safari Zone episode. But in that episode, Ash actually catches like 28 Tauros. He catches a ton of Tauros, and then they're just like, he actually uses a Tauros in later episodes. But in America, that episode where he got them isn't specified, so he just randomly has Tauros at some point. The thing is that, like, there were guns in other episodes, but, like, I think what made it excessive in the Safari Zone episode is how many times, like, somebody pointed a gun at Ash's head. Like, straight up directly pointing a gun at a child's head. It's like, okay. That said, the Squirtle Squad episode, when Ash, like, he breaks in demanding a potion and then everybody points a fucking gun at him. It's like, that's okay. But it happens, it's just, I guess it's just more egregious in the Safari Zone episode. Oh yeah, that is the only banned episode I can think of where there's actual plot progression made, in the sense that, like, Ash gets a bunch of new Pokemon. He gets a bunch of new Pokemon, and then you just have to accept that he has them. Imagine if I was doing this with full odds, chat. Now, you could call this lucky, you could call this unlucky. We haven't seen anything yet, but I'm sure it's coming. It's right around the corner. It's 1 in 799, which is, I don't actually know the percentage of that because I'm not a math nerd, but that's obviously still rare. Rare enough to keep engaged in the hunt, but not so common that it's, you know, not so common that it's boring, but not so rare that it's taking me the better half of my life to make 5 steps of progress. That's all. 0.1%. That is the equivalent to Kecleon joining you in Mystery Dungeon. I'm not joking. Kecleon's recruitment rate, naturally, is negative 33.9. Combined with the friend bow and the level 90 maximum friendship benefit, you gain just enough friendship value to put Kecleon at 0.01, or 0.1, sorry. You know what's funny? Is that aside from Kecleon, there's a couple other Pokemon that share that same level of recruitment odds. For some reason, all of the Water Starter Final Evos have the same recruitment rate. I actually recruited a Blastoise before. I never recruited Kecleon legitimately. I wish Caved it. But I did recruit Blastoise because you could actually recruit the Pokemon that you can fight in the team dojos. And I recruited Blastoise from Team Hydro. And he had the same chance of recruitment as Kecleon does. It's neat. They made recruitment very rare for a lot of Pokemon. Some Pokemon have a base recruitment value of negative 10. But you can't recruit them until you're a certain level, because every like 10 levels or something, you gain a percentage increase on recruitment likelihood. And then the Frembo adds, I believe, 15%. The best items required to beat 94 dungeons. Now you're thinking of explorers. I'm talking about, sorry. Yeah, you're thinking of explorers. I'm talking about rescue team. When I talk about mystery dungeon, I am almost exclusively talking about rescue team. Did the math right? The odds of hitting any shiny is 32% within 100 resets. Well, don't forget that every roll is individual from itself, right? This isn't a cumulative check or anything like that. Every single, like, all three of these guys are individually rolling once. I'm just checking 3 at the same time. So there's basically a 1 in 3 chance every 100 resets that I get it. So that means that I should have a shiny within 500 resets, assuming that my luck is average. I obviously put a little bit of margin and error in there. But this will speed up more when I'm doing wild encounters. But like I said, this is still convenient because I'm effectively getting 3 encounters at once like this, and I can check them. And it'd be cool to have a shiny of any of these guys. Now, if their stats suck, then I might cry, but like that's okay because we're not using them for their stats, we're using them for their sparkle. See? It's like magic. Who had the most points on the prediction anyway? Who was it? Hold on, I lost my key. There we go. No. The odds of Masada method? I believe the odds of Masada method were about 1 in 2,000 in Gen 4 and 5. Actually, it might have improved in Gen 5, because I'm pretty sure it was about 1 in 2,000 in Gen 4. Because the first time I did Masada breeding, I did it in Gen 5, and I got a shiny Zoro within 30 eggs. Well, I'm gonna, like, hunt for shinies, is the thing. I'm going to actively hunt for shinies. If I just kind of play through the game normally without looking for shinies, well, to be fair, actually, when I played through Platinum with, like, the same odds, I found enough shinies to formulate a team. I did find enough shinies in Platinum naturally just by playing to formulate a real team out of them. So, you know, we could put time restraints on it, but the goal is to see shinies after all, because the shiny work for some of these puppets is probably pretty cool. Checking the percentage for rescue team that blasts with the same percentage Kecleon. I told ya. I never got Kecleon legit, but I did recruit a Blastoise, so it's close enough. But Shiny Charm Master Method is about 1 in 512. So the interesting thing about the Shiny Charm is that it does increase your odds, per se. But the thing about the Shiny Charm is that it's not that it increases your odds, is that it performs additional rolls for checking if a Pokemon is shiny. Hence the increased odds. It's kind of weird to say, because it doesn't really sound like it makes a difference, but it kind of makes a difference. So basically when you like, you know, you run into a Pokemon, it rolls a number, and if it rolls between like 1 and 10 or some shit. I don't know the exact calculation. But basically, when the game checks for shiny, it rolls a number, and if it hits a certain value, it's a shiny. And the shiny charm makes it so it will roll that value up to 3 times if it doesn't hit the shiny chance. That's why the shiny charm increases your chance for shinies. But the thing is, it's 3 individual rolls. It's 3 individual rolls on one Pokemon versus 1 roll. So while it does, when you look at it from a 1 in whatever percentage chance, it feels like it's better, but ultimately it's just kind of getting the same encounter 3 times in a row. All bundled into 1 encounter. Chat, what is the lowest you can actually make the shiny chances in game? I assume it's the sandwiches from Scarlet and Violet, right? I assume the sandwiches give the greatest amount of like shiny power. It's pretty hard to not find a shiny when you use the fucking sandwiches, honestly. My quickest Masada method breeding shiny I ever got was a Yenma. I got a Yenma and 3 eggs. That was the quickest. I also got a shiny Magikarp by accident while I was actively preparing like a Gyarados / Magikarp for IVs to start the breeding with. So it was a really shitty Magikarp, but it was shiny. But yeah, my record is 3 with Yenma. And then I've also had shinies that took over thousands of eggs. I have had that. Don't worry, I've had both ends of the spectrum. Like, my Zora was about 30 eggs, then I got a Dynamo at about 400, and then I got an Eevee at about 1,500. So, like, I paid my dues. I did my own share of shiny hunting with Masada, but I'm old. I'm old now. I'm not really into it as much anymore. Sandwich's shiny charm outbreak brings it down to 5 and 12. All right, I forgot outbreaks also have increased shiny chances as well when you beat things up. Say the odds are 1 in 100. First roll is 99 out of 100 to be normal. Second roll is 99 out of 100 times 99 out of 100. So 98 to be normal. Third roll is 99 to the power of 3. 97% to be normal, so on. Hold on. When the shiny charm re-rolls, can it not re-roll the same number it rolled prior? That's such a minuscule difference, but is that actually the case? When the shiny charm re-rolls the shiny check, will it actively avoid a number that it's already rolled on? Or can it just... does it just truly re-roll again? Probabilities are weird. Well, they're called probabilities, not exactables, right? So, you can only... they only go so far on accuracy. Can it roll 0? 185th reset puts us at 50% odds, and the 615th will put us at 90% for those curious. I wish I had a button that tracked how many resets. Or just something that every time I pressed Control R, it tracked how many times I pressed Control R. I have not been counting. I do not expect anybody to count. It's been 43 minutes, and we have not seen a shiny yet. So, we'll get there. Or you could probably average it. Let's count how many resets I do in the minute. When I hit 44 I'm recording, I'll let you know how many resets I do per minute. Okay. Alright. So 44 minutes. So this is 1 check. I'm going to count how many checks within this minute. Nope. 2 checks. That took about 6 seconds. Nope. Check 3. Alright. Check 4. Alright. Check 5. Alright. Check 6. Alright. Check 7. Alright. Check 8. Check 9. Alright. So 9 checks per minute. Chat. 9 checks per minute. Take about 3 to 4 minutes off. So if you just multiply 9 times 40, you can probably guess how many resets I've done. 9 times 40 will be your rough amount of, actually, I don't know if that's an accurate estimation because of using 60 seconds for it. Well, somebody probably knows how to do math. But we're getting 9 checks roughly per minute, and it's been about 40 minutes of checking. That's your math equation. So it's been about 360, which puts us well above 50% odds at this point. But we're still about 200 resets away from hitting 90% probability on success. I've crunched the numbers, and by me I mean the chat. It's about 540 checks per hour, and we reached 650 mark after 1.138 hours. Alright, so basically, what you're saying is that if I don't have a shiny within 20 minutes, I'm washed. And if I do have a shiny within 20 minutes, that's average, or expected. And if I don't have a shiny by an hour and 10 minutes, then I need to find a better use of my time. Alright, well, keep the conversation going, chat, because we're not going anywhere. There are people who do this, by the way, but they do it with actual, honest-to-God, full odds. They will literally just sit here for a week straight until they get a shiny starter, and then they begin their game. But this is the part I signed up for. I thought it'd be fun. Maybe it will be fun. And I mean, when you're on YouTube, you can just kind of skip. You know, you can just kind of skip ahead. But when you're watching live, you never know when that shiny's gonna pop up, right? When that shiny does pop up, everybody pops off. That's where I think the fun of shiny hunting actually comes from. It's just kind of being there for when it happens, and you're like, whoa, puggies. But I think it also depends on the complexity of the hunt itself, right? Like, there's a level of diminishing returns on this kind of thing, where you can kind of reach a certain point where you've invested enough time that the payoff is going to feel really good. But then you eventually start sliding down that little slope called sunk cost fallacy that stops being like, this is going to feel so good, to fucking Jesus, just get this over with, please. But, like, you want to quit, but you're not quitting because you've already put too much time into it to quit. And then by the time you actually succeed and getting what you want, you're just, like, tired. You're just tired. You're not happy. You're like, fucking fine. Sometimes the excitement can just completely shake off those negative emotions to it. But there are lengths, there are durations that people can go to that do eventually reach breaking points to where the reward was not really worth the effort. But the thing about shinies is that, well, the worth of a shiny is determined by you, the shiny hunter. Like, who cares what other people have value over the shiny that you got is? It's your shiny. The shiny's value is only determined by you, the person who hunted for it. If you spent a long time soft resetting for a shiny legendary, if you did chain fishing for a shiny, like, in the water, if you reset it on starters, if you just ran around in the grass looking for a 5% encounter, like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you did it. Obviously, some are, like, objectively more rare than others, namely the 5% encounters. Those are pretty annoying, especially when you're looking for the fucking 1 in 8,000 aspect of them. But who cares? You're not... Are you hunting shinies to dick wave? You having a dick measuring contest with other people? Look at this shiny. I spent 45 hours of my life looking for this guy. That's great. What are you gonna do with him? Put him in a box. And? No, that's all. He's just gonna go in a box. If I can't have you as a friend, I'm gonna make you a trophy. That's how that goes. It's the thrill of the hunt. I'm more about the destination than the journey, but I do think that shinies to a higher extent are more about the journey than the destination. You know what the destination is. You want the shiny. But the thing is, if you get the shiny by fucking fast traveling, aka like cheating or RNG manipulation, so you're guaranteed to get a shiny. Like, if you're getting a shiny just put into your hands and being told, here's your cool sparkly Pokemon that's different from others, enjoy, you'll probably think to yourself, wow, this is cool, but like, do you have any real sense of fulfillment from that? I don't. I've cheated I've cheated in shinies before with like PokeGen, and I realized that like there's no, like, the difference between spending an elongated amount of time versus checking a box on an online generator. Like, there was a very tangible difference between the shinies that I had gotten through either dumb luck or actually, like, just raw time investment versus ticking a fucking box on an online site. And I was like, these shinies have no meaning to me because I didn't do anything to get them. I didn't do anything to get them, and they weren't an accidental, like, milestone of, like, freak luck. They were nothing like that. So there's no story to them. There's no interesting story to them. Shinies tend to have stories like to them, right? Like, oh, I was just playing this game and then I found this shiny here, and that's cool. Like my story. My story is that my first full odds shiny in the wild was Shaman. Not counting Gen 2, I suppose, but I never found a shiny in Gen 3, ever. I watched everybody I knew find shinies. I chained some shinies in Gen 4, but the first shiny I ever found with full 1 out of 8192 odds was Shaman from the Oaks Letter event for Platinum. It was about 30 resets. I was actually just trying to get a nature. I wanted a modest nature, but I didn't bring somebody with synchronize, and I didn't want to go back through the cave. So I just was resetting until I got it. And then it turned out, it ended up being shiny in one of those resets, and I was like, oh, cool. And that's my first full odds shiny. Most people's first full odds shinies are some shit in like a fucking Gen 3 game. Like, I ran into a Geodude. Oh! Look at that chill dude. Look at that chill dude. Gooya, gooya, gooya. Victory. Give a nickname to Gooya. Gooya. Alright. Hold on, I have to pay the winners. Kaguya. Is Guya the nickname you want? Yes. Hey, like walking with your puppet, not so bad. You get all the way to Mr. Puppet's house. Heal with this machine. Alright. Starting with a Guya. Guya. Staring at Jupe face. Alright, let's save the game. Yes. Let's take a look at her. Watch as she's like fucking lax nature or like brave nature or some absolute garbage. Guya, she's careful. That's actually not terrible. It's pretty bad, but I mean, it's not that bad considering there's defensive forms for her. She's like Chansey, isn't she? But I think she's a special attacker to an extent. She'll synchronize, which I don't like that because synchronize is gonna pass on her fucking nature. Her ability is gonna pass on a likelihood that every Pokemon I catch, or at least the first Pokemon I catch, is going to be the same fucking nature. Alright. We got Wanting, which is Thief, which is actually pretty good, and Mimic. Mimic! Alright, that's not a bad moveset. We can rock with that. We can rock with that. Alright, let's go, Guya. Come along! Tame potions. Alright, chat. So, now we're gonna play the game for a little bit, but we're gonna take a peek at level, the Route 1. So again, the Route 1s are random. We don't have any Pokeballs yet. And I want to make sure that I buy some Pokeballs too. So if I run into a shiny, if I somehow run into a shiny before I get Pokeballs, then I'm gonna glort myself. But that's, you know, doesn't matter. Alright, come along, Guya. Wait, Jope! What do you want? Wait a sec. What? Did you leave your puppet gear at home? Oh, for fuck's sakes. Whatever, bro. I forgot how this game works because it's been an hour since I started. Isn't she awesome? She sparkles. Here you go. Puppet gear. Every trainer should have. Guess what? You can use the puppet gear to make a phone call. You remember how? Yes. And you're gonna tell me anyway. Thanks, Mom. Alright, chat. Let's go see. Remember, we have to go pretty decently far before we get access to Pokeballs. That dude's just hanging out behind the mailbox. I'll give you my number. Oh, right. Chat. Actually, Ty, do you have do you have the egg events in the egg events in Violet? Are those randomized? What are those actually set to in game? Because you can get you put in 3 mystery gift codes and you get 3 eggs, right? Those are randomized, but the thing is with eggs is that whether or not they're shiny is determined as soon as you get them. So shiny hunting them would be really annoying. Like, really annoying. I don't really want to do that. Same with the Togepi egg. I just don't want to do that because, like I said, the shiny is determined as soon as you get the egg. He didn't give me Pokeballs. Motherfucker. I'm not sure they're randomized. Because they coincide with Mareep, Slugma, and Wooper's Pokedex, right? So does that mean, like, did you change them manually, or do they just change into whatever's in that slot? I imagine there's complications if those slots are occupied by evolved forms. But I didn't really think about that because, well, to be honest, I'm not really sure how many people even knew about those, like, existing in the first place. So, like, when you're doing, like, a puppet game, how would you even go about changing them? Alright, well, we haven't actually run in anything here. Okay. Kringo! Oh, shit! Oh, I love the Gen 4 Sparkle, dude. The Gen 4 Sparkle's so good. Look at Kringo. I actually used Kringo in my original run of this game. She was surprisingly good. She had some of the best level up move pool I've ever seen in these games. Like, she had options. She had options, man. She's really good. Again, we don't have any Pokeballs, chat. We don't have any Pokeballs, but it'd be good to get a little bit of a... We'll get a little bit of a leeway in levels here. Flan, Nitori, and Sho are the 3 eggs normally. Honestly, that's a good selection for that. Because those are 3 puppets that aren't... Well, actually, I would argue that Sho and Flandre are definitely more rare. Nitori, not as much, but you need access to water to get her. But getting the ability to do that would be pretty cool. Guya is rolling around in the grass. Oh, she's having a good time. She's rolling around. Isn't she great? You're rookie, yes. Chat, do you know about the golden leaves? Do you know about the golden leaves? They're tied to a trainer card star in this game. They're special trinkets that Pokemon can find on different routes by interacting with them, and their locations you can find them. They're extremely rare, and where you can find them is based on the Pokemon's nature. You find 5 of them on a single Pokemon, it gives you a star on your trainer card. That's about as much as I know about that. Here's my house. I know there was a mod that I saw last time, I think I played this, that made it so, like, overworld encounters spawn, which I thought was really cool. I wonder if you could combine that with this game. So imagine you just walking around on the route, and then a bunch of little Guyas show up and just walk around. It's like, aha! They're fresh out of puppet orbs. I like how she's 2D, but she's trying really hard to be 3D. She's doing her best. She's doing her best to be 3D, but she is a 2D girl in a 3D world. Alright, I can buy Pokeballs. No, I still can't buy Pokeballs. Okay. Chat. Still can't buy Pokeballs, which means if we run into any shinies, bad. Bad, bad, bad. That's alright. There's no way I run into a shiny. The only time I run into a shiny when I didn't have balls was when I played Emerald Kaizo. And I ran into a shiny Skitty. Now what do you want? Take it. The map card. Thanks, bruh. Thanks, bruh. Surely it won't happen. Well, it's unlikely to happen. But I should definitely try to avoid grass if at all possible. Do trainers have their shiny chances randomized too, like Platinum, or is that not a thing in Heartgold and Soul Silver? Oh. You follow that path. Before you go, let me finish what I have to say. So normally you walk in here and this guy's like, oh, you visited me, you thought I was Mr. Pokemon, but now he's like, hey! What the fuck are you doing? Get back here! Alright. Okay. They do. Awesome! I want to see if any trainers have random shinies too. That did happen in Platinum. Oh shit, that guy's got a rat! Go, Nazrin, tackle. Well, this is a big battle, leave me alone. Wait, that guy's fighting with an Aya? He's cracked. How do you get an Aya this early in the game? I gotta know. I need some EXP or I'm not gonna be able to beat my rival. Misty. That's vanilla as fuck. That's so vanilla. Oh! Thanks. Bye. Oh, no! I can't get away! Ah! I'm dead! I dropped $40 on the ground! I took her berry, though. Jill, welcome home. Fuck! I can't run from Mistias and I can't beat them. Yeah, thanks, Mom. Guya, you died! You fucking died, you fucking loser! How could you die? Alright, well. Well, boys. We're gonna have to get a couple levels on early route, which means... Oh, here we go. Okay, Kringo will die. I can kill Kringo. I can kill Kringo. I can kill Kringo. We might need to mimic. I forgot what type I am. I actually forgot. Am I hard type? I'm reason nature. What? Reason nature? I'm a Celebi. Bro. What doesn't kill me? Well, it's different in puppets, of course, but this type combination is pretty susceptible in vanilla Pokemon. The fact that I resist Beast is pretty helpful early on. The fact that I'm weak to Flying, though, that's the other end of that coin, where I will lose instantly. And they're all physical attackers, so I can't even flaunt my massive special bulk. Like I said, I'm pretty sure Kaguya can be a Chansey / Blissey, so she can be good. Eika. Look at her. Look at her. We got Eika and Kringo on this route. Pound. Neutral. I can handle it. I can handle it. She should be Earth Ghost, right? I know she's pretty popular to use as a hazard setter. But I'm pretty sure Morty has one because she's part ghost when she evolves. Pretty sure he led with her. Maybe we'll find a rare goo. Not everybody can be a goo. Oh, whoa, whoa, relax. I like that my Guya's main method of attack is crying and flailing on the ground. It's very good. That's her main method of attack. She just throws a fucking hissy fit on the ground until the opponent gets uncomfortable and leaves. I want it! Gimme! Wait, can I win this battle? Am I gonna die and have to go back to Mom? What we got? A bunny suit? Wait! Wait a second. Mimic! I just got a really good item. Now I can tackle with the bunny suit. 5 PP! Please win. Yeah, we get the bunny suit boost. Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him. Get him, get him, get him. That's like a 5% held item, by the way. And it boosts the power of beast type moves. That's a pretty great hit. Alright, very good, very good. Very goo. Very goo. Let's take that off of you. Those probably sell for a small fortune too. So if I get more of them from Ringo. Pretty sure like just about every puppet in the game is capable of holding something valuable. But the ones you're looking for are the UFO cast. Nah. The UFO cast has UFOs, which are hard scales. Damn, I gained 5 HP on level up. I did 2. Okay, that's a 3-hit KO. I can do this. I can do this. Mrs. Puff! Alright, even if he crits me, it does a maximum of 4. I win. I win this. I win. $15 EXP. That gave me 15 EXP. Don't tell me Guya has a low EXP curve. It certainly looked like it there, didn't it? Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, chat. I don't feel comfortable going back into Mystia Land until I'm level 7. Luna's a starter in some of the games. Other games, she's just kind of like a Viridian Boog. It depends on the game. Alright. Back to the mines, boys. We're getting Guya to level 7. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. Let's make this quick. We need to make this, because look at this EXP gain. Oh god, that's not good. But Misty is gonna kill me. Misty is gonna kill me if I don't do this. I need at least one more level if I want to beat Mystia. Or run from Mystia, really. One of the two. So what do we see on this route? This route's dominated by Akas, Ringos, and... oh, Medicine's here. Okay. Okay. Alright, we don't fight Medicine. Medicine will poison me. Good thing I took her berry. So there's 4 different puppets here. That's cool. Please die. Okay, we get juiced on level 3. That's pretty good. I caught a shiny medicine in the last game I played, actually. When I was grinding, I found a shiny medicine and I found a shiny Hatate in the Sevi Islands. So, I did get one. I just didn't really have anywhere to use it because I already had a team at that point. I was grinding. Kringo. Give me another bunny suit. Bunui. No. Oh, wait, Kringo's worth a ton of EXP. Alright. Come here. Actually, I think the encounter table will change when nighttime hits. Nighttime isn't a bit. Okay, I'm level 7 now. I'll get one more for the road. Okay, Kringo is a good hit. Kringo gives a lot of EXP for some reason. Okay, let's resume the journey. Let's resume the journey. Alright, here we go. We gotta get to Mr. Pokemon's house. Avoid as many encounters as possible. Avoid as many encounters as possible, because if I run into Mystia, she will eat me. Please don't eat me again. Is there a puppet who only knows explosion at level 5? I assume Hisso Tensoku or Mimi-chan. Then another time day encounters in the randomizer. Okay, that's good. That means that the entire pool is probably all there. Because otherwise it would have been 80%. No! No! Kill her! This is the test. This is the test. Don't die to that. That did 12. Okay, alright. That's not even a 3-hit KO. Do you know any move but Peck? Crit. And I'm infatuated. I can't escape! Alright. Okay, alright. Alright. So I can't even fight them. I can't even fucking fight them. Great. Alright, here we go. As little grass as possible, boys. As little grass as possible. Give me that apricot. I deserve it. Alright. Walk. Don't run. Sumireko. Can I kill Sumireko? Oh, I can, because it's weak to wanting. It's a reason type, like me. It's on her panda buggy. Alright. Alright, that's good. Okay. That's good. We can handle that encounter. Good job, Guya. 64 EXP. Holy shit. It's worth twice as much as Kringo. Get out of the grass. Alright. We're good. We're good. We're good. Alright. Get out of the grass. Alright. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Alright. Come on. Almost there. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. We did it. We made it through. You must be Jupe! That's me, the one and only. You got any money for me? I mean, when you think about it in character... there's no way that Jupe would not collect only shiny Pokemon. Because she would just flaunt them as for value. She would be too good to not have shinies. It just fits. Who are you? And with that, I'm Professor Oak. Yo, Jupe! I've been into my friend Mr. Puppet! A rare puppet! I see you must be helping Professor Allen's research. He is pretty rare, right? She sparkles. You want a puppet dex? And good thing Professor Oak just happened to be here, huh? Or I would have never gotten the Pokedex. Professor Allen doesn't do anything. Professor Oak is very good at finding and, like, understanding a trainer's potential at a glance. That's one of his aspects. Alright. Now, it's not over yet, Chad. I still have to get back. I still have to walk back. Hello, Jupe. It's a disaster. Please get back here now. It is currently 18:50 o'clock. Guya, Guya, Guya. Alright, Guya. This is it. Here we go. Here we go. We've only seen 2 encounters on this route so far, by the way. Only 2. Dodging. Dodging, dodging, dodging. Let's get back home and get those Pokeballs, boys. Okay, we're healed up. Wait, what if our rival has a shiny? That'd be kind of cool. Actually, is the rival going to take the Pokemon that was left? Or is he going to have a random Pokemon himself? Because he might have a Tenshi. Or he might have a Quackama. Which I don't think either of those are especially scary. You got a puppet in the lab, what a waste. That puppet's too good for a wimp like you. Oh. Who's this guy? Passerby boy. Oh, that's the original starter. Wait. Can I beat you with this? You're a Reason type, right? I can beat you with this! Yes! Booyah! Her ability... Oh, well, that's annoying. But her ability to click a heart move is paying out dividends. Oh, I didn't do any damage. It's gonna take a while. This is gonna take a while, but... you're doing okay for someone weak. Well, my Guya is just flailing on the ground. She's not winning by, like, strength. She's just kind of winning because nobody wants to associate with this long enough for her to get bored. She has tenacity. That's it. That was worth about as much as Sumireko. Are you happy you won? Yeah, actually, I am. I didn't think I'd win that. You want to know who I am? I'm going to be the world's greatest puppet trainer. Give it back. That's my trainer card. Oh, no! You saw my name. What's his name? Oh, I got a few names. I got a few names for our friend there. The return. Yes. Alright. I like how they added that in the remake to have it make more sense that you know his name and you don't just tell an officer. What, you bumped into him? Did you get his name? Yeah, I did get his name. His name was, yeah, Fuckface. Yeah, that was his name. That was his name. And like that just becomes his name. What? That's not my goddamn name. What are you talking about? I'm back. Who are you? Rule number 1, whoever did it will come back to the site. This guy's very smart. Hold on a second. A red-haired boy. You battled a boy like that? He must be the one who did it. Did you get his name? Oh, I got his name. Oh, I got his name, alright. Well, his name was Goop? The antithesis of me. Goop was his name? Yes. Great name. Okay, goodbye. Do you have brain damage, streamer? Yeah, a little bit. What's it to you? Are you saddened by my particular brand of brain damage that is not comprehensible to your particular brand of brain damage? Well, this is terrible. Here, take this egg. Whoa. Some mysterious egg. So maybe something I've never seen. Still, it's just an egg. Okay. A secret egg. Who knows what it could be? This is true. That's incredible. I knew you were a little different. Well, what gave it away? My name? My naming sense? The fact that I have, like, traveled through 200 different universes until I had a Guya that sparkled? What gave it away, Professor Elm? Please, tell me. I thought I was a pretty normal guy. You're leaving on an adventure. Every time I receive prize money, I'll save it for you. Do you want me to save some money? No. Okay. You just buy shit that I don't want. I don't even know what you can buy if it's helpful. Alright, now we get the catching tutorial. And now we get Pokeballs. So now the game is on. Alright, boys. Now, we don't have to clean out every route, mind you. But, like, you know? A little rude to the route on the topmost space. Well, I was gonna go there. I forgot about it initially, but I was gonna go there after I got Pokeballs because there's an encounter table up there. Job, you can catch wild puppets with puppet orbs. Follow me. What if he finds a shiny? Bro found a whole ass new! What? Sumereko? Wait, I want a level 2 new. Nasty Plot, Zen Headbutt, Focus Plot. Nasty Plot. Damn, that moveset's fucking loaded, dude. Oh, you're dead. Brave Bird! It's level 2. Alright, I got its HP down. You sure did, buddy. You sure did. Throw a puppet orb. Could you go a little faster? He ain't gonna catch a whole ass new. What? Unbelievable. These strikes for this cutscene. Oh. So. Okay. Don't worry, I saved. Topmost space. Okay. Oh. That's cute. Why do you do that? You ran around the sign. No, yo. It's Screech this time. Alright. See, just like that. It's better lower your target's HP more than I did. You didn't lower it at all. There we go. See ya. Move, bitch! Alright. Eika. Eika. One thing's not gonna kill anything, thankfully. It gets close. But level 8 is a good kind of... That's a good stopgap that prevents me from dying by accident, but also getting, like, damage. Alright. Alright, boys. Ho 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 ho. Don't mind me, I'm just getting a couple XPs. You're not holding anything, right? I didn't think so. Alright, okay. We're gonna go buy more balls first. I like having some, insurance is all. Get this guy. If these things didn't take, like, the entire fucking day to, like, do, they'd be better. Alright, boys. Where do you want to hunt first? We want to hunt Route 1, or we want to hunt Route 47? Who are you? Quick Orb. That's cool, but I can only buy 3 of those. I don't want that one. Buy 10. Okay. We got 15 plus a premier. Quick balls cost 1,000. That's not good. I can only buy 3 and then I'm broke. Alright, I want to check the top root grass, yeah. Alright, our first shiny chat, our first shiny hunt will be the top route grass. Hoping there's no Mistia. Hoping there's no Mistia. Alright. Want to catch them all, you gotta look everywhere. Ready? Route 46. Here we go. Begins the next hunt. I edited the shops. That wasn't random. Well, I didn't think it was random. Oh, someone else did. Still, quick balls that early is hard to actually, like, afford. Alright, boys. Here we go. It's hunt time. You never know what puppets you're gonna get. Let's get looking. We got Dioses. Okay. Diusi. Sega. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Okay. Bonky. We got Bonkies. Okay. Bonky, Sega, Diose. Anything else? Anything else? Ooh, and Satan. Okay. It's a pretty interesting combination of puppets in here. Diose is pretty vanilla, mind you. But Bonky's new. Sega, I've never... Oh, shit! Bunny 2! There's Bunny 2 as well! Alright. So, I guess, who's gonna be the shiny, chat? Alright, let's run the prediction. We saw 5 Pokemon. There might be more in there. Hold on. Who's Sparkle? Diose. Sega. Oh, you can only have 3. Okay, so I have to group them. I have to group them here, chat. Diose. Wait, how many options can you have? Sega. Satan. Oh, you can have multiple. Seki, Bonky. Ray, Sen. And then I'm gonna put other. Just because other is just in case there's like another one in there in the grass that I'm not seeing. Here you go. So that could potentially be more than 1 puppet, or it could be literally 0. Alright. Alright, boys. Let's see what it is. There's one more encounter that is a 5%. Well, there you go, chat. So other is actually in the running. I just don't know who it is. Because Ty has the cheat log. Because he randomized it. He has the spoiler log. So he actually knows. He knows what's randomized where. How many things are in the grass. So he could actually tell us. Oh, there she is. There you go. There's the 5%. The 5% is Alice. A starter. So that's the other option. Is Alice. There you go. So basically, whatever one we get, Ty can tell us what the percentage was on their encounter rate, so we can gauge the rarity of that shiny. But we've seen everything this route has to offer. Honestly, a pretty cool selection of puppets. So let's see which one sparkles first. I'm okay with any of them. Really, I am. That's one Boony. She's electric type, actually. She's probably pretty neat. Now, of course, we could be here for a while, chat. We might not succeed, but that's okay. I really hope it's not that one, because that one's not a very good puppet. Also, I can't run from her consistently. That's a bit of a problem. I would like Bonky. I think I would like Bonky. But we'll see, we'll see. And you never know, we might run into a shiny by accident when we're not actively shiny hunting, of course. So, a level 3 Raisin. A level 3 Raisin is, I can't run from her consistently. To be honest with you, I actually don't know the formula for running from puppets, or Pokemon in general. I do not know what the escape formula is at all. I assume it's based on your speed stat, and every time you fail, the chance increases. Oh, there's another one here, chat. There's another one in here. Never mind. So other is actually between Alice and Sarah. So if you voted other, there's actually more puppets in there. I've actually seen a shiny Sarah before. I saw her in Platinum. She was green. She was very green. So other is Alice and Sarah, and then everybody else is their own one. Okay, there's another Alice. Sarah was 10%, and I found Alice first. Okay. I wonder if there's any 1%s. I don't like 1% encounters very much. 5 is usually the lowest that I find tolerable. 1% is just a fucking hassle. Like, why are you even in this fucking grass, asshole? I don't know what any of these shinies look like except Alice, because I got her in the last game I played. But I don't know what her evolutions look like, so that would be different. So it'd be neat to see. God damn. At least it's weak, but like, God, come on. I need to be careful, because if I get too low health... I do have potions at least. If I get too low health and die, the encounter's over. It's what I would say if I wasn't going to save state when I start the encounter, because yeah. Obviously, I'm going to save state when I get into the encounter with the shiny. I'm not fucking playing that game. What if they have Roar or some shit, dude? If they have Roar or, like, kill themselves or something, or end the battle prematurely, like, yeah, right. Like, I'm letting that fly. You know what? I could use some watermelon juice. Boony, boony, boony. Boony, boony, boony. I have fake boony. What kind of name would I give them? I'm not thinking about names. If I get this one, I'm calling her Fodder. And she's just gonna be entering the battle to die. If I get Bonky, I'm going to... I don't know. I'm going to acknowledge her as the winner. I'm pretty sure Asen 2 does not evolve and her stats are ass. Like, I'm pretty sure she is a bad puppet. She basically just exists to fill out the requirement that she needs to be there. But she doesn't do anything. Much like her actual real counterpart in canon. She doesn't do anything. There's no point to her. Meow. Meow. Dude. If I get down to like a certain HP threshold, just the fact that I can't run from them if they're level 3 is so annoying, dude. That's so annoying. But I don't want to push my level too much higher, because if I do, well, there's a chance I kill things that are too low level. It's unlikely, because Kaguya has, you know, she's got about the same amount of arm strength as Wet Paper Towel. But a crit could decide. A crit could be the difference maker. You guys got any, like, you guys got any, like, superstitions with hunting shinies? Like, shit that you do or bring to make the shiny hunt go better? When I was, younger, I'd always bring my first chain shiny with me when I was doing something as a good luck charm. It was a shiny Starly. I'd always brought that on shiny hunts. Not so much with eggs, because you have to bring a flame body mon, but that was a good luck charm. Did it work? Once. It worked exactly once. I got a shiny Shinx, and I never got another chain shiny again. I would say it's from a lack of trying, because I didn't really try that much, but the times that I did try were not very successful, and time consuming. Have another shiny in my party. Well, good thing we got that part settled. We got that part figured out, don't we? Guya, guya, guya. I like how Raisin 2 is so tall, and then Satan is so small. There's like... There's them standing next to each other. At least we'll be able to tell when they're shiny, like, instantly, right? That one turns green. I don't remember if I've seen a shiny Diose. I want to say she's red, but I don't know why I want to say she's red. It's because Race 2 ain't a sheepy. Well, yeah, but like... She's still small. She ain't that big. God, I hope their catch rates aren't fucking abysmal. I didn't even think about that part. Nah. It would be nice to have implemented like a counter that just tracks these encounters so I don't have to count them myself, because I don't want to count them myself because I'm gonna lose track. Oh, I couldn't run from that one. That's impressive. I couldn't run from that one. Oh, what I wouldn't give for a glurp. I have Alium on my team. She's red. She's like the princess. Set the minimum catch rate. You know, I do that all the time in my randomizers because I realize that catching Pokemon is actually one of the least fun things you can do in a Pokemon game. Streamer, what? No, it's true. It's really fucking true. It is not fun throwing Pokeballs at Pokemon with low catch rates. It's tedious and annoying. Especially if they're rare. It's fucking annoying. Just go in the ball and let's get back to the fucking game. Alright? I have no qualms about that one. That's for sure. Legendaries don't need a catch rate of 3. I don't need to spend like 15 minutes there and speed up the fucking catch one. I really don't. I will decide if I want to use one myself. Not because the game is like, well, I mean, it's like really hard to catch, so you should use it. I like the way Satan bounces back and forth and speed up. Like she's going ape mode. She's going ape mode. Ooga booga. Do you think Raisin learns anything that's like good? See, she bounces. It's funny. I wonder if she looks like Kringo when she's shiny. Guess we'll just have to wait and see. Bellum is a piece of shit because Bellum wasn't supposed to be a catchable Pokemon. He was supposed to be a gift Pokemon. And then when they made him catchable, they made his catch rate equal to a fucking legendary, and the only move he knows is a recoil move. It's... Oh, dude, why? Why do they never improve his fucking catch rate? If they were gonna make him catchable in subsequent games, why do they not fix his fucking catch rate? It doesn't need to be that bad. There's a reason why they say lives in video games are arbitrary. Capture rate is shit, but the takedown shit is actually reprehensible. That's the problem. Is you can't even play a War of Attrition with Beldum, because when you knock Beldum down to low HP and status it, its catch rate is still abysmal, but its only move fucking hurts itself, so you're forced to play the game of like the worst catch rate possible until it eventually hits itself into like, hey, you have a better chance, but it's still bad. And then it kills itself. And it's like, well, that was only a 5% encounter. Better luck next time. Like, come on, man. What are you doing? Just use a ghost type. Yeah, you can use a ghost type and it will avoid takedown. But that doesn't stop it from eventually reaching struggle and then killing itself with struggle recoil. Especially if you still weaken it. You don't understand. Sekibang. Isn't it cool how I'm going to spoil the shiny in the thumbnail by putting the Guya up in the thumbnail, and it takes like 50 minutes to get her? It's kind of funny because the amount of this playthrough you actually have to watch is going to be minuscule, just because like the story beats compared to this part, you know. Oh, I mean, I got Pokeballs. I finally got Pokeballs, and we've been here for almost 2 hours, so there's that. I've been streaming for 2 hours. I've been playing this for almost 2 hours. You know, we should count how many encounters I get per minute. Let me do that. I'm gonna count how many encounters we get per minute here. Starting now. Alright. Well, starting now, because I failed to run. 1. I gotta assume my menuing is the same every time. 2. 3. Okay. 4. 5. Don't worry, I'm paying attention. 6. 7. Bunny. 8. 9. 10. 11. Alright, so chat, an average of 10 to 12 encounters based on ability to flee, encounter in the grass, and menuing. That's our average. So we get 10 to 12 encounters per minute versus the 3 encounters we got with the starters. We got 9 checks of 3 individual puppets every minute, and now we have 10 to 12 single checks per encounter in grass. But it's a little bit faster to get from point A to point B here, which is puppet 1 to puppet 2. Alright. Alright. We have the predictee. The predictee is up. You don't vote for which puppet you think I'm gonna get. You put with the one you want me to get. That's how you charge it. You charge your crystal. Because it's not like you know which Pokemon is replaced as the common one right away, right? I think at this point, it's fair to say that Racing 2 is probably the most common. I think Satan or Racing 2 is the most common encounter on this route. Alice is the rarest. And Bonky is somewhere in the middle with Sega. Or they could all be equal, and I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know, but I've definitely seen... I feel like I've seen the most racing. We're not at Violet yet. What would you do with a clown deck? Remember, got Sarah. I didn't forget Sarah. This wasn't worth mentioning her because I already know she's 10%. Oh, I forgot Diose. Diose's in there too. She doesn't feel as common as I thought she was at first, though. I don't know the actual percentages. I'm just assuming based on what I've seen. But, like, you can run into multiple 5% encounters in a row. That would probably skew your statistics a little bit. See, look, another Alice. Boony, boony, boony. Boony, boony, boony. I just want them to sparkle. Man, you remember Gen 2's shiny animation? That shit was so extra. Like, I like, my favorite is the Gen 4 sparkle because I like the blue effect on it. But the Gen 2 sparkle, like the Pokemon would come out and the game would be like, bling, 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 bling. Like, holy shit, look at that guy. And then they would do their cry. And it's like, alright, you don't really need the fanfare, but sure. Gen 3 is very simple because it's just a little circle of a star. I like the simplicity of that one. But I like the Gen 4 one the most just because aesthetically I think it's the most pleasing for a shiny. Even if it is a little slow. It's a little slow, but it's cute. Average odds say that 553 encounters is 50% chance of a shiny. So who wants to do some math? So let's say we did 11 encounters per minute. So how many encounters would it take to reach, or how many minutes would it take to reach 553 encounters, assuming an average of 11 encounters per minute? You could probably just do 10 and make the math easier in your head, right? Because that would be 600 encounters in an hour. So that would put us at what, 55 minutes roughly? Or closer to 50 minutes. It would take 50 minutes of encounters to get to 50% odds. I see. That's not that bad. Because you know what that means, right? It means in another 50 minutes that our odds of having an encounter at that point would be about 90%. Which means that as long as I am tenacious, it is possible to see an encounter within a 2-hour window. Which, if you know anything about hunting shinies, you know that 2 hours is an extremely generous window to find a fucking shiny with actual odds. Shiny hunts can go on for days, weeks, literally months. But here, we can make it not be that long, but we can still keep it rare enough that there's value in it. You gotta find that sweet spot. We gotta find that sweet spot. I wasn't paying attention. I gotta pay attention. The math nerds love this one. 2 hours is close to 78% odds. That's still really good, is it not? I mean, you have a better chance of Stone Edge hitting. You got a worse chance of Focus Blast hitting though. So after 2 hours, the odds of finding a shiny with these odds is higher than hitting a Focus Blast, which I think actually is a pretty interesting comparison there. So at what point is it 100%? Never, right? Because probability can never really be 100% because then it's not a probability anymore. Is that how that works? You tell me. I would assume if somebody says probability, the fucking root word there, probable, which means not guaranteed. If probability is 100%, it's a guarantee. It's not a probability, right? Does anybody know what any of this means? Does anybody know anything about anything anymore? Baba booey, baba booey. I kind of hope I don't run into a shiny that I found in Platinum because all the shinies Some of the shinies I found in Platinum weren't very good or usable. Sarah was one of them. Sarah was a really bad stat spread, and I just didn't use her. I don't think I'd want to find her again. Even though I could use her, but like I don't really want to find her because there's definitely some cooler potential shinies on this route alone. We'll see. Now that I've said it, she's popping up a little more frequently. So the rarest shiny on this route is probably Alice, just based on the fact that Alice is the lowest encounter. And I'd say that Raisin is the most likely shiny on this route, based on probability. Now remember, when I played Platinum, I cannot run. When I played Platinum, chat, I'm gonna go back and heal. When I played Platinum, I went to the Trophy Garden, which had like 10 to 12 different puppets in that garden. And I actually found the shiny Jud. So, that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. A funny shiny story that I have is that when I was playing X and Y, I was on the daycare route, and I decided I wanted a shiny Honedge because shiny Honedge is cool. So I went up to the route where you can catch Honedge, and within like 5 minutes, I encountered a shiny Honedge in the wild. I don't really know how else to explain that, because I literally just had like I want a shiny Honedge because they're cool, and then I found a shiny Honedge like within 5 minutes without any like method or anything. I just went into the grass and then a shiny one popped out, and I was like, oh, cool. That's cool. Didn't have good stats or anything, but it's like, cool. I fucking willed that into existence. How about we do it here? I want a shiny Seki Bonky. That's pretty cool. I'll give it 5 minutes. That's a Bonky. I had Blue Taka in Platinum. Blue Taka had a horrible move pool. That puppet could not fucking function as like an actual puppet. It sucked. Kept her on the team for a long time though, I did. She was not good though. I promise you that. Some puppets' level up move pools are just terrible. They don't make sense with how bad they are. But then some of them are so good that you actually you can't fit everything you want on them. Some of your puppets just be learning shit and you're like, oh, that's so good, but like I need room for this. And then others is like, oh shit, they hit level 50. Oh, they're learning Skull Bash. Ooh, Skull Bash. Good move. Nah. You guys thinking of nicknames for every potential poopet I run into? Because I am not. My brain is focusing on the present, not the future. Wow. You know there was a guy in the anime who showed up? Technically, shinies have an official term. They're called alternate color Pokemon. That's what they were referred to as. Oh, everybody else calls them shinies. Because shinies is a fan term. But, like, it's, you know, it's one that is stuck. You can't really remove it at this point. There was a guy in the Pokemon anime who was on a quest to complete a alternate colored Pokedex. He had a shiny Bagon in the anime. He had like 3 Pokemon registered in his dex of alternate colors. That dude was going to be busy for a lifetime. I think everybody just says shiny, but honestly, I don't know where the term originated from. Yes, there's the shiny charm. Yes, I know the shiny charm exists, but I'm saying that, like, officially, they're referred to as alternate colored Pokemon. Like, they're not actually officially referred to as shinies. Anytime NPCs talk about them, they never say the term shiny. They always say alternate color or some kind of variation of that. It's just the item is called the shiny charm because it's a sparkly charm. Shiny charm description calls them shiny Pokemon. Does it actually? Then how come every fucking NPC doesn't call them shiny Pokemon? Why do they beat around the bush? Do they not know to call them shinies? Are they stupid? What's wrong with them? Dabuni. Shiny Charms Gen 5, people called them shinies before that. People have been calling them shinies since Gen 2, my guy. Gen 2 is when they were introduced. TCG shining roaming Pokemon pretty early the shiny palette. Well. Oops. I clicked back into the game, and for some reason clicking into the game, clicked the run button. And I don't know why I did that. I didn't click the run button, I clicked back into the game because I was pausing everything. Why did it do that? I need to see. Oops. Okay. Yeah, so clicking into the game. Oh, I know why. I know why that happened, because I have my screen swapped. So when I clicked the bottom screen, which is the touch screen, it did the run button because that was the lowest on the screen. So that's why it ran. Okay, I just learned something very important. I just learned something very fucking important, and it was after I found a shiny. So, we're gonna pay that prediction out, but we're gonna be here for a little bit longer. Okay. Ooh, Sparkle. I forgot. Diose, Sega, Satan, Bonky, Rayson, Alice, Sarah. That's my fault, chat. That's my fault. That was a really bad way to learn. That was a really bad way to learn that I was gonna do that. That's the first time I've ever run from a shiny. Wow. Wow. That is wow, boys. That is wow. Well, we saw her. She had black hair. That was kind of the only difference. She looked like Guya, I guess. Kind of boring. Maybe it was for the best. I didn't do that on purpose. I swear I didn't do that on purpose. I just learned something very important, and I am going to be very careful of that going on. So now we're restarting our hunt. So if anybody saw that and they're thinking, this guy makes me want to die, Yosei. Well, I want to die, Yosei, too. Glurp. 330 BST, maybe it was for the better. I told you she was bad, dude. I told you she's bad, but I also had a feeling she was the most likely one to be shiny. At least if I had gotten her, I could have gotten rid of her. She would have been an easy one to slot out later. I can't believe I did that. So there's no reason to beat myself up over it. All I can do is laugh about it because it's a little funny. It's a little funny. It's a little funny, but that is if I did that on a full odds like actual cartridge, I would probably cry for at least 3 days. I mean, as a kid I would have for sure. As a kid I would have done that for sure. I would have been like, what? I would have lost all of my hair in but a moment. But it's okay. I never ran into shiny as a kid, so I never got to experience missing out on a shiny encounter. Oh well. That's fine. She's coming back. I don't know why, chat. I do not know why. But I just forgot that my bottom screen and top screen are swapped. I don't remember why they're swapped. I think it was because last time I played Castlevania or something. I honestly cannot remember why they're swapped, but I think it's because I played Castlevania last time. It was I played Dawn of Sorrow, and I changed the screen positions because the bottom screen had info and the top screen had gameplay, and it was easier for me to have the gameplay on the bottom screen than the top. And for some reason, my brain just does not acknowledge that that is the same thing I'm playing on. So I clicked the top screen on my DS, of course, yes, to get back into the window. But because I clicked the top screen and below the bottom screen, it picked the lowest possible button it could pick on the bottom screen, which was flee. So that's why I ran from that encounter. Great. I should have save stated before anything else. I should have went straight to the save state button. Which game were alternate square shinies introduced again? If you can believe it, since the very beginning. I know how that sounds, but alternate square shinies are something that, as far as I know, you can only visibly see in Gen 8. But whether or not a shiny has squares is actually checked all the way back in Gen 3. I remember I watched a video on somebody catching every shiny in Colosseum using RNG manipulation. And they RNG manipulated it in a way that would give them shinies on purification that also resulted in square shinies. Because square shinies are like a 1 in 16 within the shiny roll itself. So they're exceptionally rare. But I'm pretty sure you could only see the square shiny effect in Sword and Shield. It's actually a really cool video. It's a pretty long one, but yeah, he just shows off the RNG manipulation technique that people use in Colosseum, and by doing that, he gets shinies. It's a fascinating method to obtain shinies, for sure. Because you have to find the RNG frame that effectively lands on the shiny, and then you have to hit that frame in game, and then doing that is its own puzzle. Yeah, I don't think they're visible in Scarlet and Violet, but whether or not they are square shinies is something that is apparently checked even all the way back in Gen 3. It's just only visible in Sword and Shield, as far as I know. Because let's add even more artificial rarity to these artificial rarities, right? Why not? Why the fuck not? You know, there's one thing that you do kind of miss out on when you use speed up and mute and put your own music on, is you do miss the raw feeling of running into a random Pokemon and having it slowly fade on screen as a different color and then the sparkle effect hits. You really can't replicate that. You can't really replicate that feeling quite the same as we used to be able to, right? Just seeing something kind of graze up on the screen in darkness, but you can tell it's a different color. And then the sparkle delivers, and you're like, but here it's just kind of I'm just kind of fucking glorping myself, and then eventually, someone goes, pew, and I'm like, oh shit, all right, well, time to pay attention. But it's still exciting, you know, it's still exciting to run into the shiny little bugger. Aren't shinies cool? Chad, I have an important question. So we know that Racing 2's BST is 330. What is Sunkern's BST? Just curious, you know. I'm just curious. What's Sunkern's BST? Just wondering. You know, sure it's pretty high for a Pokemon like that, right? 180. So you're saying that Racing 2 is not even twice as strong as Sunkern. So what Pokemon is Racing 2 about as strong as? Now I'm curious. What is she strong as? With a BST of 330. What is she equal to in the land of Pokemon? If you don't know, a pseudo-legendary is a Pokemon with 600 BST. That's a big stat. And if you're 180, you're Sunkern. Your ass. Wait, Sunkern is the lowest, right? Sunkern's the lowest BST Pokemon in the entire game, right? I'm not like mixing that up, because doesn't Magikarp have like an actual speed BST? And like Pichu is ass, but Pichu's still better than fucking Sunkern. God, Sunkern makes me mad. Why are we talking about Sunkern anyway? Wishy-Washy has lower. Really? Well, Wishy-Washy makes up for it because all of his BST goes up in school form, except for speed, which is a fucking crisp like 20 or some shit. Sometimes I wonder if the people who make the Pokemon designs and the people who make the Pokemon, like, stat spreads are, like, enemies. Like, here's a cool Pokemon design, cool ability, what's its stats? Never usable. Aron has 330 BST. Yo! Raysen 2 is as strong as an Aron. And Delibird! She's as strong as a Delibird! Oh, that's perfect for her! She's a Delibird. Strong as a love disc. Oh, man. She's a love disc. She's a Delibird. What else is she? Who else has got a stat spread of 330? Is she stronger than Onix? Is she stronger than Onix? Spoink! She's as strong as a Spoink! A little bouncy spring pig! Oh my god! Onix has 385! Onix is better! Well, to be fair, like, half of Onix's comes from his defense stat, and surprisingly his speed stat. Onix is not very slow. So most of Onix's stat spread comes from his massive defense and actually respectable speed. I think he has a good HP stat as well. But I know his attack is lower than Bellsprout. I know he's got no special attack and he's got no fucking special defense. Voltorb is 330. Voltorb is hyper loaded on speed though. Like, he's kind of a min-max Pokemon. He only really has speed and not much else. Pokemon like Delibird, their stats are averaged across the board, which means if their BST is that low, it means all of their fucking stats are bad. They don't have one remarkable stat. And if they do, it's only remarkable because everything else is so blatantly unremarkable that it makes it look remarkable. Like, my highest stat is like a 90 in speed. Everything else is like 60 to 75. And it's like, that's not remarkable. That's not even mediocre. That's bad. Why you gotta be a bad Pokemon? I think Chansey's funny because Chansey is the original min-maxer. That Pokemon pisses me off. That Pokemon is so fucking min-maxed. Like, here's a Pokemon with 5 defense, 5 attack, like mediocre special attack, floundering speed, a very respectable special defense stat, and then a monstrous HP pool. And like, that's Chansey. Why? Like, Chansey's just a fucking annoying Pokemon, dude. Chansey, Blissey, both of them. They're fucking annoying. Big pink assholes who soak special hits because they have 1,000 HP and an actual good special defense stat in which to soak hits with. But they're so weirdly min-maxed for being, like, early Pokemon. There's definitely Pokemon that are good and have, like, obvious strengths and weaknesses, but nothing quite like that motherfucker, huh? I don't think there's a single Pokemon in Gen 1 that is quite skewed like Chansey is. Like, again, it's got, like, a fucking base 5 in its physical defense. Like, that motherfucker cannot take a punch. But it also has, like, 250 HP, which is just monumental. That's higher than, like, anything else in the game. Why they do it? Rayson is mega min-maxed. Do you know what your stats would look like with 330 BST and min-maxed? No, I'm actually serious. What would her stat spread look like if you min-maxed the shit out of 330 BST across the board? Because if you've ever seen Deoxys attack, that motherfucker is min-maxed. That motherfucker's got 180 attack, special attack, and like 180 or 150 speed, and has like 10 defense. He's got like 10 defense and like 50 HP. That motherfucker is min-maxed. Mega Beedrill too. Mega Beedrill removes a bunch of stats from its special attack and gives it to its attack and speed. That's like the only thing that goes up for it stat-wise when it megas. It's its raw attack and speed. Can you actually make Raisin a good Pokemon with only 330 BST? Like, how would you make her good? Would you just give her, like, literally half of it in speed and the other half in an attack stat? And then have her with literally no defense and no HP? Like Shedinja without Wonder Guard? But she has a base attack and speed of, like, 130. Or, like, legendary stats level of speed, like Ninjask fast and Groudon strong, but dies to a single priority move because she has no stats to take a priority move. Kringo! I'm killing you for some XP. Kringo is adorable. I'm going back to heal because, like, Raisin beat me up. You gotta give her huge power. I don't think huge power would save her, right? Well, actually, huge power would probably turn her into a really annoying thing that just, like could demand you have a resist or a priority move. In which case, that makes the Pokemon not fun. She has a gun, so she's a high attack, special attack. Let me tell you something, brother. Mixed attackers almost always would rather their mixed attack be in another usable stat. Having to split your resources is convenient for some Pokemon if their attacks are both equally high and their move pools are very diverse. Otherwise, there's a ton of Pokemon that are like, why the fuck do I have stats in my other attack and I'm mediocre in both? I'm mediocre across the board and my two best stats are attack and special attack. I can't use both of them because I have to fully invest in one to make it even somewhat usable. Pokemon like Infernape are great mixed attackers because their stats, their attack and special attack stats are both very high. That you can get away with dipping into the other. But some Pokemon like Cacturne have 80. Their attack and special attack is 80. They cannot fucking split resources. That motherfucker has to go all in on one end or the other. Otherwise, he's not doing shit. Iron Valiant. I don't even know what Iron Valiant's stat spread looks like. I don't know what Iron Valiant stat spread actually looks like. I know it is one of the most common Pokemon in competitive Gen 9. Because it's very diverse. Has a very large move pool. Has a great typing. It got sleep moves banned. Because it can click Hypnosis, and if it hits it, well, game's over, my friend. I will click this button because it is strong. So anyone else thinking about how we could have been in a different patch of grass looking at different puppets at this point in time about 25 minutes ago if Streamer wasn't Streamer? No, actually I wasn't thinking about that because thinking about that usually just leads to sadness and pain and misery. That's all. All I feel is pain. Pain, pain, pain. I am pain. I am the embodiment of pain. Pain is I. Pain is me. How much gameplay have we made today, you may ask? I'd say 15 minutes of gameplay have been achieved today. We've achieved about 15 minutes of gameplay today, and we've achieved about an hour and 40 minutes of whatever this is. Whoa, Black Bunny! Bam-a-lam. Whoa, Black Bunny. Bam-a-lam. Gotta get me that Black Bunny. Bam-a-lam. Whoa, Black Bunny! Hmm. She wouldn't. What if she was like the best puppet I was ever gonna find? What if running from her told the game like, okay, I guess he doesn't want shinies anymore, and then turned shiny encounters off? Can you run, Kaguya? Jesus Christ! She can't run from these fucking bunnies. Now, to be fair, I actually did get gatekept by a fucking level 3 Mystia. Level 3 Mystia did beat my ass into submission, and I had to actually unironically grind a little bit just to get through her. That did happen. That was real. That wasn't a bit. That actually happened. Oh, man. But it's okay. It's okay, because we're gonna find the Joshka colored Sega. We're gonna find the Wagasaki colored Bonky. We're gonna find the black robed Alice. We're gonna find the green Sarah. We're gonna find the Kringo Satan. We're gonna find them all. Do you think anybody in this world has ever completed a shiny living dex without cheating? Do you think anybody's actually done that? Just straight up like has an entire living dex of only shinies? I don't think there's enough time in the world for one individual to do that. People do living dexes. I'm pretty sure people have done that in Let's Go, because Let's Go shiny hunting is a lot quicker comparatively. And you can also see in the overworld, like if there's an encounter. Still takes time, of course, but like I'm pretty sure somebody has done that for that game specifically. But like other games, I don't think you're gonna find anybody really doing it. It would probably be a lot of breeding. It would be a lot of breeding and then soft resetting at legendaries. But you'd have to get multiple copies of the breeding. And when there's like, when you get to the method where breeding is like more accessible, the amount of Pokemon you have to catch is now very high. Like even in Gen 1, 151 is a very high fucking number of Pokemon, dude. It's a high number of, and you have to get all of them as shiny. Go to Gen 4 or Gen 5, and now your dex number is like in close to 500 and then over 500. Who's got time for that? Who's got time for this? Excellent question. I do, apparently. What do you think this looks like to like people in the world of Pokemon when they see you just running around in the grass looking for things for hours on end and upon hours? Like, what's this guy looking for? I was hoping that like a rabbit will jump him and it will be a different color from other rabbits. Why? I don't know. Why not? Why do any of us do this? Why? Because it's cool. The concept of a shiny Pokemon is cool. Because there's a very exceedingly low chance that you encounter this little bastard. And this little bastard, wow, he sparkled. Baba Booey. I wish to have my shiny lass. Please. Please, you were here before. Come back to me. Alright, watch this. I'm gonna perform a voodoo magic. Ready? Here's voodoo magic. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah. Ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang. Wow, it's just that easy, isn't it? Someone check him internal ID. Actually, I wonder about that. I've always heard that your secret ID influences your odds of shiny Pokemon, but I don't actually know how any of that shit works. So, like, I just assume my secret ID always told me that my games that I wasn't allowed to have shinies. Wasn't Starly run around catching Starly until he Paul run around catching Starlight until he got with optimal stats. Yeah, actually, because he could check IVs in the Pokedex, something that I didn't know that you could do, because Ash never did it. But he did in fact do that. Paul was oh no! Okay, I made the save state first this time. Okay. She's green! We found the green Sarah. Run again for the gram. Why? Why would I do that? I gotta get her to half. She's not gonna kill me, is she? No, she does 1 damage. Can we kill it? No. You don't want green Sarah? What's wrong with green Sarah? Okay, relax. Do you? To be honest, this is the one shiny I didn't want in this grass. But it's okay, there's plenty of other grass to come. What? That didn't even fucking shake! Okay, alright. I would've liked anything else. Bruh. It's okay, I got 15 more tackles, and I got 13 more orbs. Critical capture! This thing's probably going to be careful nature because of synchronize, which is not that good of a nature. However, as long as she doesn't have synchronize, I can use her to catch the other ones. Alright. Makai's Gatekeeper, not very good at her job. She evolves at level 28. Right, this game has the evolutions listed in the Pokedex. So she only has 1 evolution. What's her name? Her name is... Glurp. Welcome to the team. Yep, she's careful nature, like I thought. That's okay, because she actually does have a respectable SPDF stat, and she's a physical attacker. So she's got guts as well, which is good. Alright, 1 more for the road, boys. 1 more for the road. Alright. So. Here's what we need to do next. Oh, I have to pay out the prediction, right. Choose outcome, Sarah. There you go. So here's what we have to do next, chat. This is technically grinding, but I need to get Sarah up to a level where she can, like, you know, not die instantly. So that means we are gonna be doing more encounters, but we're gonna be doing it here in Route 1. I don't know if we need a shiny from Route 1. I kind of want to go up further up and see what's in Dark Cave and the other route. You know? Alright, let's see. She has tackle, so I could actually make her stronger by giving her the bunny suit. That'll make it easier for her to level up. Alright, glurp. Alright. We're gonna save. I wish their shiny forms appeared on when they're walking. I do wish the shiny form took over there. Glurp, give you a happy smile. Alright, here we go. So this is technically grinding, but we need to get her to a level to match. So we're gonna take this opportunity to do a little bit in here. Let's get to work, boys. Let's get to work. Kringo. Oh, yes. Crab battle. Oh, crab battle, boys. Crab battle. Are you, Oh, it's super effective. Nice. Okay, so grinding here is not going to be too difficult. Okay. Kabang, kaboom, kabang. I don't think we're gonna find another shiny here. Oop, gotta pull out. Gotta pull out. I'll take the splitty. This is mainly because Mistia will just kill Guya. Also, Sara's probably faster than Guya, and also I want Sara in the lead because Guya will cause everybody to be fucking careful nature with her out front. So what have we seen in this Route 1 encounters table? We've seen Ringo, Aka, Luna's a rare one, and I think there was somebody else. There's not a lot here that's really that interesting. Alright. Pow. Pow. Whoa, relax. Relax, Kringo. And back to the center. When you think about it, the way the gameplay is going right now is actually not that different than how it would be going if I didn't use speed up, but speed up makes it go faster. Magical, isn't it? You do a little too much damage, but it's fine. Level 6 is good. Okay. Aka. Aka dies in one hit. Okay. Aka. Easy kill, easy XP. What do you think, chat? Should we bother hunting for a shiny on Route 1? Do you think the Route 1 shiny matters? I died, I wasn't paying attention. Do you think the Route 1 shiny matters? It's probably just gonna be either Aka or Ringo most likely. I think we move on to further places. I want to see what's going on in the route up above too. We know that Mistia and Sumireko are there. Pack it up. Well, what if we find a shiny right now? I bet you would feel so fucking silly if I found a shiny right now while I was leveling her up to level 8. Oh, right, Medicine's here. I forgot about that. Medicine's a pain in the ass. Medicine and Luna are also here, but they're rare. Nothing really too interesting there. There might be another one in here somewhere that I'm missing. 4 HP and 3 sped def. Cool. Medicine again. I don't fight Medicine. Luna must be the rarest encounter on this goddamn route. Aka seems like the most common. Or at least she's tied with Ringo to a certain extent. Easiest to kill, too. Ding dong. Come now, come now. Get to level 8, Glurp. You need to get to level 8, we can check the new grass. We haven't even had a trainer battle. I know. I know. Level 4 is kind of crazy. Karate chop. There we go. Now we're playing with power. Alright. Now we're playing with power. Ho, ho, ho. Alright, let's make a little bit of progress. Let's go fight the kid with the rat. Oh. Alright, you rat bastard. I'm on the way. Well, 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 if it isn't the rat bastard herself. What? I can't run? That's pathetic. Bruh. Get away from her! Holy shit. This grass sucks, dude. My poop bed are too slow. Oh, I don't want to look at you. No, I want out. Okay, I got away from that one. Yeah. I just lost. I'm trying to find more puppets. Joe! Joey! Rat! What a perfectly normal rat. What if he got a shiny one? He could have. Holy shit! Rat down! Rat down! $80. Can I get your number? I'll ring you up to battle. Sure! I'll ring you whenever I get the urge to battle. Okay. You're a puppet trainer, right? Then you have to battle. This guy's got an Aya. This guy's not randomized. No, trainers aren't randomized, but there's a chance that they have shinies. Not very effective, but like neither is tackle. Wow, that did 1 damage on a neutral hit. That's pretty bad. Karate chop! Damn, bring it in, boys. Bring it in. And the glurp. Nazarene, I'm staying in. I'm staying in. Here it comes. Hassan chop! Yes. That's strange. I won before. Okay. See ya. You dirty rat. Wait, that guy's gonna have boob. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. I see, I see. I'm just trying to get the violet. I found fairies. I want to go check Rock Tunnel. Sorry, Dark Cave. Lily Black. Excellent. This one's weak to that move. Mimic. Chad, I'm gonna keep playing this today because I started late and now it's 10 after 8. I'm gonna keep playing this for longer, and tomorrow is gonna be a full art stream. We will be playing. I don't know what day is it actually. It's Wednesday. We will be playing Hina again soon though, because Hina got a big update. Hina's got new characters. I don't know if the characters are available online yet though, so I might have to wait a little bit for that. But there was a Hina update. Oh, this fight's gonna take a while. So we'll find some time for Hina. We will resume Hifu as well. I still have to download the fucking bot and like cut it. Oh, this is bad, actually. I have to cut the VOD, the parts that I left off after my power went out. Yeah, I think I'd rather wait until those characters are available online. I don't know how long that usually takes, but like it's a good excuse to play. But I would like them to be there. There you go. Well, I'm enjoying this. This is fun. The shiny stuff is fun. This is the kind of stuff that these types of streams are just kind of like. These are the kind of streams that you don't really have to pay attention to. You just kind of throw them on the side when you're doing something on your own. Oh, Saiyans are in this grass. Okay, alright. So there are Saiyans in this grass. Sumireko, Seidan, Nazarin, and Mistia are in this grass. So there's another shot at a shiny Seidan in this grass. That's cool. Give me your bunny suit. Special default characters, a few different characters and skins. Oh, so I guess the idea there is that it's basically a way for you to play with any character. You can play with any character, but like, you know, you don't need a... They probably don't have anything like unique in terms of skills, but now you can effectively play as any character as long as you get the skin for it. This is a different route. Is it? What? Really? I thought this was all the same route. No, it's all Route 30. Am I on Route 31? I can't tell. Is Dark Cave on Route 31? This is Route 30. This is Route 31. So I guess, yeah, if I'm in front of Dark Cave, I'm on Route 31. I didn't notice the transition. So there's two routes here. Well, we're gonna head to Violet first. We're gonna head to Violet first, and then we're gonna come back. Whoa! Hodai! Whoa. Okay, alright. Yeah, I knew it was you, Jupe. The versus recorder. That doesn't matter, my guy. Come on, Star. That's his marrow replacement. Boop, 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 boop. Alright. So I'm just here to heal and put it on my checkpoint, and I'm gonna go back in. Alright, chat, so where do you want to look? Where do you want our next shiny expedition to be? We can do Route 31, we can do Route 30, or we can do Rock Tunnel, or Dark Cave, sorry. We can also go to the Ruins of Elf, but I think there's only going to be one puppet in there. Unless every individual unknown is a different puppet. Because I think in the original game, it's just Okina with different seasons or some shit. Cave, I don't want Hodai. Why not? I want Sunny Milk! She's level 2. Sea Star. I'm staying in. Sea Star! We gotta go check the cave. I will check the cave. Guya continues to flail on the ground, hoping to get her way. Babagoo, Babagoo. Alright, send out your last idiot. There she is. The boss. Ding, 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 ding. Trio. Come on, speed it up. Come on, speed it up. Suffer like G did. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Alright, boys. That was big EXP. So now we need to head to the cave. Let's go to the cave. You're awesome. No. Oh well. I don't want your number. I don't know you. Alright, boys. Here we go. Let's get the hunt ready. Darkness. What do we got in the cave? What's in the cave? Boony. Boony. Oh god, she's fast. Alright, let's speed her up, shall we? Don't mind me, I'm... Hina! There's Hina! Okay, alright. And medicine. Okay. Okay. Medicine, Hina, and Tay. Glurp seems a little cold. Oh, poor baby. Okay. And there's On! There's a puppy! Okay. Medicine, Hina, On, and Tay. Is there another one? Or should I start the prediction? Mailing. Okay. Ugh, I don't like running into Tay. Alright, let's start the prediction, boys. Here we go. Who's Sparkle? We got Tay, Hina, Medicine, On, and Mailing, and then Other in case there's somebody else in there. 2 minutes. Get ready. Let's go. Now it's time to sit back, relax, and listen to some show tunes. I really hate that I cannot fucking run from any of these. Well, I can run from you at least. Hold on, I'm taking the outfit off in case I accidentally kill something in one hit. Okay. What's this current song? It's a mix of Meloetta's theme. It's in a massive playlist with no timestamp. And by playlist, I mean video uploaded, a 5-hour video. It's probably from Gen 5. It might actually play in the town where you get the song. I don't know though. I don't know events. It is Meloetta's song though. I know that much. The bunny. Dude, every fucking area's got a boonie. And I can't run from any of them. Fuck. I hope it's Puppy. Can't run from her either. Whoa. It's dark, streamer. I can't see. That's alright. Glurp sparkles light up the whole cave. Oh my god, there's Yorihime in here. Well, there's your other. There's your other, chat. Yorihime is in here. Do you want to do the in-game trades? Puppet you get is randomized, but the request isn't. Aren't they locked in stat-wise and whatnot, though? I mean, I don't even know what they want to trade for, right? So, that would be a different thing entirely. Yeah, there's no real reason to get it, because I'm not going to use them. I'm not going to use them. Be funny to see what they are, of course, but like, you know. So, Tay is actually a shiny that I found in Platinum. I called her Taysen because she looked like Asen. And Mailing is a puppet that I used the majority of my last playthrough. So there's a couple puppets in here that, if I rolled into them, would be, you know. Oh, I need Tay for the trade. Okay, well I'll catch a regular Tay then, just for the sake of that. Find a little more Yorihimes than I care for. I mean, she's a good puppet. She's a really good puppet. I just don't want to see her face. Puppy. I would like something that's fast that I can use to... Oh, what is Mistia doing in the cave? No! Get out of here! You lost? So the other tab is now Mistia and Yorihime. What is she doing in there? That's why it's dark. Okay. Alright. That Tay died instantly. It was a crit, though. Okay. Alright. I'll catch it. Just for the silly business of the trade. Alright, don't die. You crit again! What are you doing? Stop that! I can't tell if it kills without a crit or not. Yorihime. I know what medicine looks like. Haven't seen a Hina in a while, though. Dude, don't tell me Hina is the rare encounter. Don't crit this one. Unfucking believable. You crit 3 of them in a row. How did you even do that? Stop doing that. That's a problem. Basin 2 is for Blackthorn. Well, by the time that becomes relevant, I'll be a lot better equipped to catching one. So, you know. We'll worry about that when we get there. There we go. Puppet Arm! What? You motherfucker. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Stay on the ball! Oh my god. That's right. You don't get a nickname because you're fodder. You're fodder for later. It'd be cool if in-game trades made it that if you traded a shiny version, it guaranteed that the Pokemon you retrieve would be shiny as well. Since they match your level, they might as well match your fucking color palette. I'm thinking now that Yorihime might be the hardest thing to catch in the game at the moment. It's possible. Medicine. Ah-ooh. Ah-ooh. Yeah, I actually think that Hina is the rarest encounter in here. That thing's got counter. Well, speak of the Hina. There she is. Oh, Glurp, you never let us down. You know what I could use right about now? A drink. We will take a hydration break and 5 more encounters, because I have to pee. So let's do that. Ah. 5. Misty is lost. She's lost. I can't get away. 4. 3. 2. 1. Okay. I gotta check something real quick. Do you have runaway? You do! You do, so I can put you in the lead. Holy convenience, Batman. She can always get away. Alright, I gotta go heal though, just because I want to be ready for the encounter. Hodai is out here with Satan. Okay. Rika's out here. Okay. Satan, Rika, Hodai. What else is out here? Just a lot of Hodai, apparently. Okay, alright. Kind of spooky, actually. This is pretty useful. Alright, chat. Quick break. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. Look at that booty shuffle. When I return, more cave spelunking. I am back. Alright. You ready? Let's head back to the cave. Let's head back to the cave. Everybody get some popcorn. Get a different method of recreational activity. Let's go. I would say I hope it's whoever, but the last route gave me the 2 shinies I wanted the least. I did not want Racing 2 because Racing 2 sucks. I got Racing 2. I accidentally ran from her. I did not want Sarah because I already had Sarah before, and I got Sarah. Even though she was technically the second rarest encounter shiny possible in that route at a 10%, I didn't want her. I got lucky in my unluckiness. I would have rathered anyone else. Even the Racing. I didn't really want the Racing, but at least it would have been new. It would have been new. I hope it's not the Tay again. Knowing my luck, it's not the Yorihime, because the Yorihime would be a good puppet to use. But it's like, I don't know. My luck would make it the fucking Mailing. That's what my shiny would be. My shiny would be the Mailing. Oh, you scared me. Don't scare me like that. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Chad, who has the highest prediction rate? I mean, that prediction was made before Yorihime was known. I would assume that some people would pick Yorihime based on that alone, just because. But I'm assuming the one that gets picked the most is the one that people want. I assume it's Hina because everybody loves Hina. But it could also be On because I love On. No other reason, of course. Give me a blue On. Give me the puppy. Tay isn't very good. She's okay. But she's mostly just fast. Medicine's actually really good. Medicine can turn into an obnoxious fucking leech seeder. Just like Shizuha. Just like Shizuha. Shizuha at home, man. Shizuha at home. And I already know what Mailing does. Mailing's pretty good, actually. I know what she does. I wouldn't use speed Mailing. I would change what I'd make her. I don't know what I'd make her, but I would change her. Hell, she might end up getting benched because she filled the same role as Sarah, and I gotta use one of them. Just don't let it be the Mailing, dude. Don't let it be the Mailing. I'll take the Hina. I've never really used Hina properly. The thing is that usually you pull Hina out of the water with Old Rod, so she has shit stats. And like, by the time you get the Old Rod, you're not really looking to add Hina to your fucking team. You're just not. This would be a good opportunity to do so. Hina's pretty good in puppet performance. Whoa. Okay. Hina's good in puppet performance because Hina has access to, like, she's got Levitate on a poison type. And she has a good defensive stat as well. She also has this really annoying move. I forget what it's called. There's a move in the game where the Pokemon, it's kind of like Protect in a way, where it guarantees that the Pokemon will be hit, but it reduces the damage they take by like 90% or some shit. I don't remember what that move is called, but they spam the shit out of it. And it's just like, you can't fucking kill her, because she just makes the goddamn HP that you do back up with leftovers. I remember one time I beat that move because I used an Oko move. Because Oko moves one-hit KO. And they're horribly inaccurate, but when your opponent clicks the button that grants, removes the accuracy check from the equation in exchange for reducing the damage by a ridiculous amount, you can't reduce infinite to, 0. 90% of infinite is still infinite, baby. So it still kills them in one hit. Baba Booey. Call me the winner. It'd be more fun to outplay the AI if it wasn't for the fact that the AI always picks its move second to you. So the AI cheats you in ways beyond beyond belief. In fact, sometimes the AI cheats itself so hard that it makes a bad play. I'm not even sure why it does that. Like, it'll sometimes just fucking switch into a bad situation when it knows what the situation's going to be ahead of time. It's like, why would you do that? I don't know. To pretend that I'm not cheating, I guess. Did anybody bother averaging the time it took for each shiny so far? It took about 40 minutes for Kaguya, right? I think it took about 20 to 25 minutes for Reisen. And then it took an additional 20 to 30 minutes for Sarah. And we've been in this cave for a total of maybe 10 to 15 minutes now? Right? Maybe? I'm just wondering what my average shiny percentage is at the moment. Because it sounds to me like it's around 35 minutes per shiny. Maybe closer to 40. Can you believe I've ran into 3 shinies today and I only have 2 on my team? Yeah, I can't believe that, streamer. I really fucking can believe that. Wah, 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 wah. Puppy. Happy day. It reminds me of that Shinra Bancho song. The one about race and singing about being happy. I remember it because it's in Spell Bubble. I haven't played Spell Bubble in a long time. It was a fun game. It got very silly though. They started adding characters that came with like one song, and the characters were like fucking $10 or some shit, and the characters were ludicrous. Like, ludicrous. They had abilities that were very obviously like, you paid for this ability. And the issue with that is that like the game actually did get online at some point, but online there is basically like 5 characters you fight online. Because the fun of the game for me was just like hitting big batches and doing the beat. But like when you're trying to win, you're using the sweaty stuff. You're picking the character. A common one was Scarlet Gensokyo with Remilia. People pick Remilia and they use the spell card to turn their entire page into like one color and then drop a massive fucking bomb that's basically impossible to survive. And that was just what Remy did. Remy basically like had a free knockout on you every 100 seconds. And some songs in that game are not reduced in length. There's a song in that game that's like 7 minutes long. 100 seconds, Remy can do that multiple times. If you're fighting Remy in a long game with that spell card, you probably just lose. Because even if you don't get knocked down by it, she gets a ridiculous amount of extra points just by the fact that her entire board just changed to one color and she scored off it. So yeah, spell cards aren't really made equal. And the DLC characters that you could buy, those characters had abilities that were just, you read them and you're like, okay, yeah, why would you not use that character? So it wasn't really fun. So I didn't bother buying. I think I bought Suako. That was the only one I bought, and I was like, this is silly. And then I didn't want to buy anymore. I bought almost every like song pack in that game. I had a lot of songs for it. But no, I think the game is very fun. But there's too much to balance per se, so there's too many characters that like they have a very obvious advantage in what they do, and they have a very obvious spell card that just like shits on something else entirely. So competing in the game, so to speak, is not very enjoyable in that regard. Because like I said, when you play it online, you kind of just gotta fight the same like 3 to 5 characters, the same 3 to 5 spell cards. And the strategies that work in that game are ones that kind of just make it impossible to win, because they either completely and utterly ruin your board, so you're playing at a massive disadvantage, or they enhance the opponent's board so much that it creates a point gap, which in turn causes more junk bubbles on you anyway, and then forces a knockdown regardless of junk on your side. I didn't do Lunatic Story Mode. I tried doing Lunatic Story Mode for the spin-off story, and I think I didn't. I think I skipped one of them. I think I skipped the last mission. I never beat every challenge either. The level 10 challenges with like Lunatic AI was nightmarish because Lunatic AI is just not fun to fight. Lunatic AI it's too good is the problem. It's too accurate, it's too aware in what it's doing, and it's not fun to fight. Especially since most of the Lunatic boards have special like rules that make it harder for you to play anyway. But you very rarely are going to beat a Lunatic AI legitimately. You kind of have to like cheese them or get lucky. The hard AI is kind of a balance where they can still make mistakes. They're still pretty easy to beat. But the jump to Lunatic is just like, you're not fighting like a human. Obviously, you're not fighting the human. But what I mean is that the mistakes the AI makes are like negligible mistakes. And oftentimes you're just going to lose because like you can't really make the same type of shots that they're making. And the shots they make and like the shots they see on their board, the way they see it, the way you like, it's just too much. It's too much. Game's fun to play with another person though. The game is quite fun when you're not really sweating winning. I just always pick random. I just like hearing the characters and seeing the characters. So I just always slapped random and just played with whatever I got. And honestly, most of the time I didn't even bother using the spell cards. I just liked playing the game for the raw gameplay. But that's not how you win. So win I did not. But they have a lot of good music in there. They had a lot of good music in there. That game's actually very old at this point in time. I wonder how many songs are in that game that aren't in Danmaku Kagura. I'm curious about that actually a little bit. Because there's definitely a lot of overlap for sure between them. The usual suspects are there, of course. But there's definitely some songs. There's probably more variety in Danmaku Kagura. Which, by the way, next DLC for that is next month, I believe. We'll be doing that. Spell Bubble was a weird game because it was a $60 game released on Switch by Taito, and it did not have multiplayer, or it did not have an online like on launch. It got an online component I think 2 years after release, but up to that point it was a story mode, challenges, like 40-ish. It was like 50 or 60 songs total in the game. 40 you could like buy with coins. And it was just that for like 2 years. I had fun with it. I did. I liked the game. I thought it was fun. I had good, you know, everything was voice acted. Had different artists as well for the different characters. It was pretty good. It's a fun game. It's only on Switch though. I don't remember when it came out, but I'm pretty sure it's like 5 or 6 years old now. Pretty sure DLC for it has stopped entirely. I don't know if you can still purchase the DLC, mind you, but I'm pretty sure that most of what's left for me to purchase would just be like the $8 characters. I think they added, who did they add? I think they added Kogasa, Seija, and Rumia. Those are the 4 that I'm pretty sure they added. I don't know if they added anybody else. I'm also counting Suiko, who I mentioned earlier. But I actually do not know. Shutting down Switch 1 stuff in the EU next year. What? But the Switch 2 is only a year old. Okay, alright, well. See ya. I mean, PlayStation is ending physical media next year. That's been going over well. Over the last couple days, hasn't it? Yeah, that's been going over well. Jubilite Village is a good music track. I don't really have anything to say about that because I don't buy Sony products. I don't buy Sony products. So, like, I'm not contributing. I obviously get the outrage, and I stand by it. But, like, I don't have a horse in that race. Aside from the obvious, like, that no, we shouldn't do that, but, like, I'm already not buying Sony products. I'm already voting with my wallet. They added Suiko, Eiki, Momiji, Meiling, Kokodo, and Miko. Are you fucking serious? They added like 10 fucking characters. Each character in that game is like $8.99, chat. And they come with one song. Why would they... Why? Dude! The game didn't need more characters. The game really didn't need more characters. And like I said, as DLC characters, I have to assume their abilities are fucking silly, and they kept getting silly. Sillier and sillier. Everything is a test. Everything is a test to see what the modern man will put up with. And the modern man will put up a lot. The modern man will put up with a lot. They will. Video games. Whoa, video games. Thank God I got runaway on this little bastard. Luigi forces you to auto-fire, and Aki makes a bubble that can down you if you pop it at the wrong time. Yeah, that sounds fair. That sounds fair. Pretty sure Rockstar announced a $100 collector's bundle with GTA 6 that doesn't come with a physical disc, and it's already made millions of dollars in pre-orders. So, like, what can you do? What can you do when that's the kind of information that it just put in your face? There's nothing I can do. I've heard them referred to as ball and gun gamers. They are the demographic that buys sports games and Call of Duty. They are a surprisingly large demographic. And they have a lot of money in there. Ball and gun gamers. People were scalping the GTA 6 pre-order. Yeah, that's not surprising. You know that people will scalp anything, right? Where there is demand, they will meet supply. But you see, like, GTA is not a ball or gun game, but it's mainstream enough that it's part of the ball and gun game, like, circle. So, like, no matter how many people say, I will not buy GTA, there's at least 5 other people who don't know you exist or think you're a loser who will buy GTA 6. Because they don't care about video games and, like, in general, they're just buying the new video game. Ball and gun gamer. And they make up such a wise margin of profit that's why things like Call of Duty release every year and sports games release every year. Because they have a market and they make millions of dollars, even though in your communities where you play video games that aren't ball or gun, you think, nobody actually plays these games, do they? People that play them are not the people involved in online discourse regarding them. They're just people fucking playing them. Because they're just people who just play games. They just play a handful of games. Normal games. It kind of makes you realize that the number of people on this planet is very big. The amount that the scope that you actually interact with is quite small scale, all things considered, when you realize how much of that uninteracted bit is actually making up such a large margin of profit. There are so many people who don't even understand what discourse is. Or just frankly don't spend any time on the internet. They just buy the new game coming out because it's a new game on their new system. And that's kind of the end of that one. They're blissfully ignorant to the goings-on of the world online. They are lucky, I think. Perhaps Perhaps not, but in some aspects, they got it easier than others. Ball and gun. Meanwhile, you got Mario gamers. They buy every Mario game. You got Square gamers. They buy every JRPG that comes from Square. Like, you have dedicated fan bases that will pretty much always buy a game day one regardless of the shitty practices or the actual quality of the content that comes out with it. Everything's got fanboys like that. That's unavoidable. But it's not even really fanboys that like supply this level of cash. It's just the casuals who own like maybe 3 games in their entire library, and one of them happens to be GTA 6, and it will be GTA 6. People are getting more and more annoyed with Square. Brother, look at what I'm playing right now. I'm playing the series that hasn't been good in 25 fucking years. Yet somehow it is still the greatest, most lucrative media franchise in the entire world, and it is not close. But it hasn't been good in 25 years. Tell me how that works. Please. People are getting annoyed with Square. You would assume that nobody actually likes Pokemon anymore when you talk to niche internet communities. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, alright? You can bitch, you can moan, you can whine, you can complain, but at the end of the day, you're lined up to buy the sale day one, baby. You're lined up like everybody else. That goddamn Square and their 2.5D graphics games. Those bastards, they lied to me. Remember when Square was creating an NFT generator game? Yeah, I bet you don't. That one seemed to go dead in the water and went radio silence. Man, that one got them in some trouble, didn't it? No, it didn't. Everybody forgot. Found something else to get mad about. And then Square was #1 again, because Square released Final Fantasy VII Part 2. And Final Fantasy VII Part 3 is coming out soon. So don't worry, Square's going to make a massive blunder in the next couple months. And then it will be all okay because they released the next Final Fantasy VII part. And this is how the consumer's mind works. Any form of controversy is immediately brushed on the wayside because a new thing is out, and it makes them happy. Do you remember when Diablo happened? When Diablo Immortal happened, Diablo Immortal was supposed to be a very big black mark on Blizzard, and then they announced Diablo 4, and now there was people screaming, "Holy shit, Diablo 4 is coming, boys. I'm so excited." It's like, did you forget what just happened with the last installment of Diablo? Did you forget that? Did you willfully forget that? Like, you got key jiggled, my guy. You actually straight up got key jiggled. A massive fucking flounder, and then they were like, oh, check out this beloved IP getting continued to the new game. Oops. Yeah, Diablo 4 wasn't good when it came out. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it was good. I'm saying that when it got announced, a lot of the bad press for Immortal got overshadowed by the excitement for Diablo 4. And that's how they do ya. I'm gonna say steamrolled over the negative reception to the new Shadowverse game release. Yeah, I heard that the side game Shadowverse game was pretty bad, but it's okay because Uma came out, and Uma is, like it or not, Uma is the next generation of My Little Pony, my guy. Now, you probably heard that, and it probably made you your back hurt a little bit, but it's true. 10 plus years ago, it was little colorful cartoon horses, and here we are in 2026, And it is not quite as little colorful cartoon horses. No, streamer, it's different. This is anime. It's not different, my guy. It's not different. It's not. They're all horses. They're all horses, man. They're all horses. You're in a new age. You're in a new age, brother. You may now be a part of what you swore should be destroyed back then, and you are none the wiser. Meow. It's a FNAF Uma. Yeah, I know. I'll watch Vinny play it. He played it on Sunday. It's different when I like it because my tastes are objectively better than yours, streamer. Yep. You like anime My Little Pony. That's what you like. No, streamer, it's not My Little Pony. No. No, it is. But they're anime girls. That's the only difference. That's the only difference. I'm afraid you lose this argument. Too bad. I have already presented myself as the Gigajad and you as the Soyjack. This argument can no longer continue, for I have already claimed mental superiority to you. Ha ha ha. I win. I used to rule the world. Double Yorihime. Wow. Up. You don't like the truth. You don't like it. You don't like it. Undertale is the new Homestuck. Undertale is the old Homestuck. I don't know enough about Homestuck to make that kind of comparison. But I feel like Undertale and Deltarune are probably the closest, like, in terms of, like, that kind of thing. But I don't really know what Homestuck is, so maybe I'm talking out of my ass. However, if somebody actually got offended by that statement, I don't think I'd be able to take it too seriously, because the kind of person who would get offended by that statement is not somebody I'm concerned about opinion-wise over me. That's all I'm saying. Homestuck is back now. Yeah, it's called Me and My House. Get it? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. What about Touhou? No. Touhou's more popular in, like, China and Japan. Overseas, it's really niche. It still has some weight because it was still, like, a titan. But, like, Japan has a whole fucking... They have a whole event dedicated to Touhou. That's pretty fucking impressive, wouldn't you say? I would say so. Touhou is not as big with, it's not as big with overseas market. There's still people there, for sure. There obviously is. But you see some of the stuff that comes out of, like, Japanese and Chinese works, artists, developers. Their games are top fucking notch, dude. Chinese developers in general, these last couple of years have been making some banger fucking video games. Look at that. Genshin fans. MiHoYo fans are funny because MiHoYo fans will get, like... They will get astoundingly angry because they weren't given free resources in their gacha game. They will boycott the game, and then they will continue playing it after about, like, 5 days because they got bored. They got bored of boycotting. This game sucks. I can't believe this. Where's my 1,000 free polls for the anniversary? That's it? Not even a free poll? This game sucks. I'm out. See, this game's bad. I'm gonna go play the other game made by the same group. Because it'll be better. It'll be better this time. They'll make it better. It will not fall into the same pratfalls as the previous game, of course. It'll be better. Yep. Yeah, Squidward. Gotcha game fans. Gotcha game fans. Alright. Do you know how many gacha games actually exist that you never hear about? Because the only ones you really hear about are the ones that are so successful that they're played overseas. Holy fuck, dude. Like, there is a bottomless pit of gacha games. There's like a gacha game for every popular piece of media you can think of. And it literally is just like it's barely a game. And it's just egregious rates and PNGs of characters from the series, and then they EOS like pretty fast, but not before they get some fucking money out of it. There's so many of them. Like, I don't even know how many there are, but there's so many of them. It's impressive. It's actually impressive. But again, you only hear about the ones that make it to like a more of an overseas market. Because that's where you are, overseas. You're not in the land of the... you're not really in the land. Like, gachas are so synonymous with everyday life that terms like SR and SSR is just... it's just normal. Like, these are just normalized terms that are used to describe rarity. And these are rarities that kind of like... I wouldn't say originated from gacha games, but are popular by usage in gacha games. And you know how, like... here, when fucking words like skibbity enter the Oxford Dictionary because, you know, like shit like that just becomes lingo that becomes natural conversation and like actual words that people just understand and equate to mean certain things. And one of those things is rarity in gacha games is so normalized and just modern day that it's just a term. Mario Kart Tour is closing. I don't remember anything about Mario Kart Tour. Fire Emblem Heroes, I would actually be grateful if it stopped. I think people who actively play that game would be grateful if that game stopped. I've seen the text. Alright? I've seen the text on characters in that game. I remember I saw they added a feature that actually shows you what's like actually happening in the battle. Because sometimes like the fucking the combat display would show numbers and then the HP result would be like completely and utterly nonsensical compared to the numbers you're looking at. And it's like, what's going on here? They showed you more under the hood. Yeah, Fire Emblem Heroes has had to one-up itself so much that, like, skills have just reached really, really long lengths of text to describe what it is they do. To describe what it is they do, they have so much additional text. I remember seeing a while back that somebody actually got a unit's stat to 99, which was a first in the game. A maxed out stat at 99 in Heroes. Like, that game does have an end. There is an end point for that kind of game, but there's no way they're gonna get rid of it yet. Because, well, why would you? It's making money. That game has been around for a long time, though. I don't actually know what the real state of that game has been in, because I don't play it. But I assume most of the characters in the game are in the game. What I'm actually curious about is how many unique characters exist in that game, how many of those unique characters are seasonal only, and how many of those unique characters are only obtainable through 5-star pull. That's something I'm curious about, because to me it felt like every time they added new characters, they were thrown into the 5-star pool and then never like allowed to be lower. So the 5-star pool was just oversaturated as shit, and the 4 and 3-star pool were just the same things that you were running into from when the game initially came out. Very few things got 4-star downgrades, but the 5-star pool kept filling and filling and filling to a like just a ridiculous degree. Like when Shadows of Valentia came out and they were just like, here's all like the fucking starter characters from this game. by the way, they're all 5-star units. Like, why? Oh shit, I pulled Gray. 5-star Gray. Great. Love Gray. What a great fucking character. Glad he's a 5-star exclusive pull. Like, what are you doing? What? Gacha games that come to a satisfying end. Not that I know of. I find that gacha games usually end because the money starts to dwindle or the game enters a state where it's hard to get new people into it. And so the game stagnates, and so the game makes less money. Basically, once the game stops making money is when the game gets pulled. And the game only stops making money when the game stagnates. The player base alienates newcomers, and the existing player base has no need to spend money anymore. So, like, gacha games aren't your friend. They're not. I don't know why people act like they're like the people who make gacha games are their friend. Gacha games aren't their friend. As soon as you dry up, they don't give a flying fuck about you as an individual, but as soon as the general income dries up, that shit's dead in the water. They say goodbye, hope you had fun, and then leave. You don't get a refund. You don't even gain access to, like, the memory of all the shit that you did. That shit's gone. There's no screen you can revisit years later and be like, oh, look at all my characters. No. That's just wiped from existence. It basically doesn't exist anymore. I remember when Cannonball got EOS'd. Cannonball got EOS and someone posted a screenshot of like 7 max level Rons. And they were just like, no. No, please don't end game. Please don't end game my Rons. I'll lose my Rons. So yeah, that's see ya. See ya, bro. Nintendo middle schoolers learning about boobs for the first time of it. Yeah, they get kind of risky with those Fire Emblem Heroes designs, don't they? I mean, some of their artists, pretty sure some of their artists are straight up like porn artists anyway, but you know, they're allowed to be a little more revealing. I'm told that most of Lost Word's, like, new characters are just boobified versions of existing characters. Which doesn't really surprise me. But, like, is that really true? Are we just now creating new alternate universes with characters where the only difference is that they have bigger boobs? Is that really it? Is that what Lost Word is? Is that actually what Lost Word is now? The last time I saw anything on Lost Word was with the Sanai debacle, where they released a new Sanai that was part of like the Divine pull, and it was like statistically if you wanted to pull this Sanai you needed to drop like $300 or some shit like that. I don't know what's going on with Lost Word, but I've kind of I lost interest a long time ago, but I can't even really laugh at it anymore. I was definitely like doing streams reading their events and stuff and like laughing at it, but I can't even laugh at it anymore. Now I just look at it and it just kind of makes me upset. It's just like I just kind of feel miserable about it. It's like this exists. This is not good. It's not trying to be good. It feels like it's a certain point it's just like puppeteering characters' corpses on sticks, but inflating their chests, so, you know, people got to get on that. The thing that would happen, it's the same thing that I talked about with Diablo, where you'd see people critique Lost Word, and then they release a new character, and then you'd have people posting on Twitter, and they'd be like, oh my god, check out the new character, oh, that's so awesome, so great, so amazing, so poggy. And it's like, that undid all of the bad press. Like, never mind the fact that they ran 2, like, special banners back to back, and it was, like, just basically impossible for any player to not spend money to get everything they wanted on those banners. But that's okay, because here's Larva with huge boobs. Oh my god, look at this outfit, it's so awesome, big boob Larva, I need this. And suddenly, that, like, absolute resource grip that they had on you last week is now a thing of the past. Water under the bridge, because Big Booby Larva is now pullable at a less than 1% chance on the banner. Ha 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 ha. Am I right, boys? That's all it takes. All it takes to make man happy again is booba in one hand and a beer in the other. Am I right, boys? Can I get a so true? Hey, where's my fucking shiny? Where's my shiny? I don't drink beer. How about a Mike's Hard? Nah, they're okay. They ain't that great. Lost Words more popular outside of Japan. That's surprising, actually. I'm surprised by that information. Well, I hope it stops existing. You can call that a shitty thing to say. I don't really care. I hope it stops existing, and when it does eventually stop existing, because at some point it will, I will not cheer, I will not celebrate, I will just think, man, about time. Alright? I will not cheer for it. What do Japanese people do? They go to work, they work 12-hour shifts, they play gacha games in their free time, they sleep for 5 hours, and then they go back to work. Is that what it's like to be a Japanese salaryman? Is the only form of recreational activity they have is gacha games where they spend the money they earn at their job? Is that it? I'm just wondering. What do you do? I go to work, I make money, I get home, I play gacha game, I spend money, I go to work, I go to work, I make money, and you Ouroboros your income. You Ouroboros your income, bro. No, streamer, I'm free to play. That's right, you are free to play, I forgot. So you slave away at intentionally grindy video games to earn, like, you build months upon months of free resources so that if one thing shows up, you can pull for it, and then you can go back to fucking collecting dust particles. Sounds fun, bro. You don't drink beer at the bar with the boss. Well, actually, maybe you do. I count that as part of the work hours, though. Wouldn't you? Isn't that part of the work hours? You work 9 to 5, you work unpaid overtime, and then you work, you work your boss's shot glass. Then you go home and you do it all again. And you do that for 6 days a week, for 45 years, and then you die. And that, boys, is how you live. Are we living? Are we living in the moment right now? We're living in the fucking moment, boys. Let's do it. 45 years and then I'm dead. Sounds good, let's do it. Not me, streamer. I only have to work 25 more years. I am old and bald. Chad, I think my shiny odds have left me. I think we have reached the point where I should have seen a shiny like 20 minutes ago. But we're still here. We're still in here. I don't remember when I started doing this, but we're still in this cave. We're still looking. We're still looking. Youngster Joey didn't call me. Or if he did, I wasn't paying attention. I didn't see him call. Game's on speed up. I can't pay attention. What would he have to talk about anyway? His rat? I don't care about his fucking rat, dude. I care about my rat. Mew 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 mew. Well, I can't be here all day. But I do have, I have more time until 10. I do have more time until 10. Babagoo. Babagoo. Yeah, fucking Muppet mate. You know what's funny? Did you ever see the show Zom 100? That show is like caked in some irony. It's about a zombie apocalypse, but the premise is like it's like a commentary on black companies, because the main character is working at a black company, and then when the world goes to shit and a zombie apocalypse happens, the first thing he thinks is, haha, I don't have to go to work today. But like, the funny thing about that is that that entire show is kind of like that premise, but the studio that was making it was on some real black company hours. It got delayed and pushed into later like anime seasons a couple times. Which is just like, how does that happen? Your commentary on black company work like practices, and then wow, look at that, this anime is like fucking stuffed. How did that happen? Who knows? Who knows? I must break my thumb. Ah! I've broken my finger. Where? Chat, do you remember that show? I forget what it was called. It was about like two twins. It was like two twins. They have purple hair or something. I think it has like a 5 out of 10 on Mal. But apparently its production cycle was so troubled that they actually like straight up in the end credits in one of the episodes, they actually straight up said like, to be honest, we're having a hell of a time here. I think I read a review on it when I read some Mal reviews before. Those are fun, by the way. Reading some Mal reviews on some fucking real stinkers, real good anime. That was the stuff. I don't remember the name of it, but yeah, the studio was just like struggling. The studio was struggling, and they straight up like slipped that into the end credits reel. Like, yeah, we're having a hard time here, boys. I think it's I forget what studio it is. There's one studio that has a really bad reputation for extreme crunching. I think it was Studio Mappa, right? One of them has a real bad reputation. Still in business though, aren't they? Still in business though. Watch your slander, you might get in too bell. Misty. Dude. That's alright, we're gonna see one. We're gonna see one, boys. Wasn't EA voted as the worst company to like work for like 5 years straight? Like, doesn't that company hold the longest record of being like nominated for being the worst company? People still work there though. I don't actually know like any animation studios. I know KyoAni, and that's kind of it. I don't really know other studios. Ubisoft. Is Ubisoft still alive? Well, yeah, they're hanging on, aren't they? Didn't they sell off most of their assets, and now they're remaking an Assassin's Creed Black Flag? I'm pretty sure I saw that somewhere. Was it the Summer Games Award? Summer Games Fest? I don't remember. I think they're remaking Black Flag, and their net worth has dived significantly over the last couple years. Video game succeeds, layoffs. Video game fails, layoffs. That's why you make a game with 3 people and then form a team, and then when your game succeeds, you can lay them off. The Black Flag remake comes up tomorrow. No shit, really? Damn. Okay. Well, I have no opinion. I'm not gonna say I hope it's bad, but like, is it fair for me to say that I hope it doesn't bail Ubisoft out financially? Like, is that a fair thing to say? Can I say that, or does that make me a bad person? I don't want the game to be bad, but I don't want it to financially recover Ubisoft's position. Alright. Ubisoft stock dropped so much there was a legal investigation to see if they weren't doing it on purpose. What caused that? I don't remember. I know what you're talking about, though. I forget what exactly the cause of that was. Where's more rabbits? Give me more rabbits! Think of the shareholders, boys. Think of the shareholders. Think of Jupe. If Jupe could be, she would be a shareholder. Isn't it great how my favorite character is also the enemy of mankind? Oh, man. What a complicated of a relationship I have. She'd do it. She'd do it. When they say think of the shareholders, I think of her. It keeps me going. She needs a new Bugatti. It's imperative. I don't know what the going rate to a Bugatti is. I didn't even know what a fucking Bugatti was. I had to figure that one out on my own later in life. Somebody told me Jun looked like she fucking asked about the color of your Bugatti. I was like, what the fuck is a Bugatti? Is it some kind of brand name bag? No, it's a car. It's a fucking car. Thought it was a bag. Joey's calling. Good evening, Jupe. It's me, Joey. Are you awake? You see my super cool Nazarene? My Nazarene is different from regular Nazarene. I think my Nazarene is the top percentage of Nazarene. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I get what you're saying, bro. I get what you're saying. My name is Goop. That's not my name. Never Goo. I was kind of expecting to be done this one a while ago. Ooh. I love this theme. It's my favorite from Black and White. Ding dong, ding dong. Oh, chat, you wanna know something I did the other day? I went to add a campaign to the Left 4 Dead collection, and it had multiple parts, and I was lazy, so I tried to add to the whole collection in bulk, except for some reason Steam has a button that doesn't do that. They instead have a button that says overwrite the current collection with this collection. So I accidentally deleted the entire collection that I had created, over 112 items. And I was like, And I fixed it, because what I was doing was every single item I was adding to the collection, I was favoriting. So all I had to do was dump all the favorites back into the collection, and I fixed it. It's just that easy. Now, that was very fucking lucky that I decided to do that. Because otherwise that would have been really annoying to figure out what the fuck I was looking for and putting it all back in. That said, I have like 5 pages of stages and rivals now, so you know. I have like so many stages and rivals. It would take 3 hours of playing to like see them all in one sitting. I gotta be real careful. I didn't want to add them all individually, so I just tried to bulk add them. But like Steam for some reason assumes that if you're bulk adding, you're bulk replacing. Get all the mods installed, so we sent them as backup. I don't think that would have worked, because if it pulled from the collection you're subscribed to and the collection changes, wouldn't it change what you're subscribed to? Because you're subscribed to the collection itself, right? No, that's not how that works? Oh, okay. I didn't realize it froze it in time like that. I guess that makes sense, because otherwise your collection would update every time I update it. I guess I didn't think about that. I guess that's pretty stupid. No, I thought I fucked my whole thing, just so you know. But I saved it. I saved it because I am a hero. My hero. But yeah, that was the dumb fuck juice that I drank last night. I think we've all been there. Well, the dumb fuck juice I drank today was I ran from a shiny. That wasn't too good. I didn't like doing that. Give me the witch doctor. Hey, we could have had the black bunny, but instead we have glurp or glurp. We have glurp. Isn't glurp cool? Don't you guys like glurp? Aren't you glurp fans? You not the glurp fans? Nothing in this cave sparkles. Have I hit the 50% threshold on, you know, probability yet? I'd assume I have, because I've been in here for over an hour, I think. So I think we've hit the 50% marker, which is actually putting us at about average. It's been about an hour. Yeah, that sounds about right. Well, my stream has gone down, but I'm sure it will come back, and when it comes back, there will be a shiny on the screen. We're just gonna wait. I'm not gonna stop looking. Still looking. Still looking. Still looking. Still here, boys. Still looking. Don't worry, nothing exciting happened. Nothing exciting has happened in the last hour. You want excitement? I'll give you excitement. I'll put Subway Surfers in the corner. We should put somebody playing Touhoumon in the corner to really make it a Touhoumon stream. But who? Just put up another person's stream in my corner. That would probably get you in trouble, actually. I'm not really sure what the rules on that would be. I assume that you would get in trouble. But like, could you imagine just pulling up somebody else's stream, putting it on your stream, and watching that stream while you stream? Huh. I mean, I can watch myself. People watch YouTube videos all the time. Those are React streamers, but React streamers don't react to streams that are currently live, right? Right? There's probably something there. If you react to a streamer who's live at the moment, then they can start reacting to your reaction to them being live at the moment, and then you would just have, you know, you'd have a never-ending feedback loop. Evo React streams. Well, tournaments are different. Tournaments are different because those are usually co-stream or restream type of deals where they're given permission to restream the event to reach a wider audience. It's different from when it's one individual streaming and then you put him on your stream and you watch him stream. And you have more viewership watching him stream than his stream has viewership. That kind of thing, right? That kind of thing. Put up somebody's Touhoumon gameplay in the corner. Chat, can I just say, when the new EOSD comes out, it's not gonna like take over Twitch. Obviously not. I would be willing to wager at least one VTuber who averages a decent amount of viewership is going to play the game. At least one. So you're probably going to see the greatest height of the Touhoumon category on that day because of like a VTuber or two that has like no affiliation at all with the series, but they're still going to play it. They're still going to play it. But on the YouTube side of things, especially if you're, you know, you actually like watch stuff Touhoumon related on YouTube, you're gonna see a couple things. You're gonna see checking out new Touhoumon EOSD game, and you're gonna see EOSD remake, LNN, no bomb, no miss, lunatic difficulty, Remu B, and you're gonna see that from about 7 different channels. And yeah, there you go. That's it. You are gonna see those all caps, big attention grabber visuals, and then you're gonna see people like playing the game for the first time, maybe. And depending on the person playing it, the viewership will be staggered in a way that is interesting, I suppose. Viewership will be staggered in a way that the guy who would fucking wipe out in stage 1, if he already has an audience built up, he could just play it for 10 minutes. And that would get more viewership than people who are, you know, LNNing the game day 1. That's just how that works. Society bottom text. Society bottom text. It's not surprising you're gonna see that. You're gonna see a lot of Touhoumon creators playing that game day 1. Hi, that's me. I'm Touhoumon creator. I will be playing that game day 1 because I want to play that game day 1. That's kind of it. I want to play the game. I'm gonna play the game. I'm gonna play as Remu. I'm gonna play as Marissa. That's about it, really. Like, I'm gonna play the game because I want to play the game. It's cool. I'll probably play EOSD sometime later July or August, just to get more used to the game, because I'd like to be able to do the extra stage as well. So I'll have to get better at like knowing how to do that on top of it. I haven't done that stage properly in years. So I'll probably do that. I don't see why I wouldn't do that. It seems like a good use of time. It's a good use of break time. But there's also infinite lives, which might not be toggleable in extra stage. So in that case, I will actually, if I want to see everything of the extra stage, I will need to be competent enough with the game to get through Flandre. Because if you didn't know, Flandre only gives you 2 lives. Or I should say 2 extra lives. You get 1 extra life from Patchy, and you get 1 from the end of the stage. So that's all you get. And you get to fight Flandre with only what you got there. So there's actually quite a resource chokehold in that extra stage. You have 5 lives total, effectively. Start with 3 and you get 2. The classic mode is probably just going to be EOSD. The fact that it's not going to be in any language aside from Japanese means it's probably just going to be actual EOSD from 2002. No difference. Literally no difference. I'm curious how much is difference in like the bullet patterns and whatnot. if any. But of course, we're mostly going to be there for the updated visuals and the music. We're going to be looking at the music. There's no score extends in extra stage. There are no score extends in the extra stage. They are turned off. You only get the one from Batchy and the one from the Death Fairy at the end. I wonder if the hitboxes will be the same. Namely with the knives. I don't like the knives, that's all. The knives are silly. We don't want them. We don't want the silly knife hitbox. If you can make it so each prisoner gets their own version of the theme, maybe will happen with the PCB game. That'd be cool. I assume it would be based on their main theme, but heavy emphasis on their instrument of choice. But it would be cool if they actually each got their own individual themes. But where would they play? Would they start the fight and would it transition into it? Or would they all just have their own kind of version of Phantom Ensemble and you get to listen to it based on who you play as? I mean, it's pretty obvious, I think, at this point. Because the fact that he actually made a new circle, right? He's got Shanghai Alice Reprised, I think it's called. Like, he's made a new circle about it. So it's obvious that this isn't going to be a one and done thing. Like, EOSD isn't going to come out and that's going to be the only game that gets remade. I think it's pretty obvious that the big three are going to get remade. We are going to get PCB and we are going to get IN, complete with classic editions available on Steam like EOSD, and then all the Touhou games will be available on Steam. All the Windows ones, I should say, will be available on Steam from that point on. And then from there, we might get remasters of later games, or we'll get newer games. But at the very least, it's pretty much guaranteed that 6, 7, and 8 are going to be HD remastered, because there's no real good way to play them in this day and age. And now there will be. I hope he actually includes a lot of the stuff he cut in Touhou 8, yeah. Making Sakuya and Yomu the boss fights for each other. Giving them their own themes as well. Whole new boss fights. Maybe even some of the scrap stuff. Who knows, but IM was already filled to the brim with shit. The fact that it had so much shit in it and there was still more stuff that Zun wanted to do is pretty impressive. So maybe we'll see a complete vision. We'll see the complete vision. That'll be great for Touhou. Won't that be fantastic for Touhou? More EOSD, more PCB, and more Imperishable Night. Every modern Touhou fan's biggest dream. The 3 games they shake their fist at angrily, coming back in the limelight with a big fancy coat of paint, bringing characters like Ramilia and Flandre and Sakuya and all those other don't deserve the spotlight anymore characters coming back full force. What about Megamoo, streamer? What about Nareko, streamer? They're never gonna get anything now because that pesky Ramilia's coming back and she's gonna take all of the fan works. Like she hasn't already been taking so many already. But no, she's gonna take even more, that fat, plump bastard. She's eating all the creative talent. What about my favorite characters? What about them? They'll starve in this economy because Remy is eating it. Oh well. I bet you could find at least one angry post, be it on social media or Reddit or wherever, about the existence of the EOSD remake. I guarantee you could find it. I'm not gonna go looking because that's depressing, but I guarantee somebody saw that announcement and was like, blurp shit. This is unbelievable. More EOSD? Enough is enough. I've never seen him. POV stuck in the Shadow Realm. POV is on Steam. You can play POV. That one's not, doesn't count. That one's already on Steam. That one's not part of the big 3. That one's barely, you can call it the big four, I guess, but look at the characters in fucking POFV. Do any of the POFV characters have, like, that level of popularity compared to the ones prior? I know Aiki is surprisingly popular. Medicine's not. Aya obviously is, but Aya technically didn't debut in POFV. Komachi's not as popular as I think she should be. And Yuka's pretty popular, actually. To the Shadow Realm. Is Medicine the least popular character out of all of the first 4 games? Is she the lowest in popularity of the first 4 games? It's either her or, like, Lily or Lyrica or Letty, right? All the L's. Dude, they're all L's. Eiki and Komachi complement each other. They have, you know, they have character chemistry, which is why that works that way. Letty is definitely not very popular, but I actually don't know what of the Windows era character is the lowest. I know that of the last popularity poll, Lyrica is lower than Merlin, and Merlin is like 113th or something. Lyrica is 132nd. Is she the lowest character from Touhou 6, 7, 8, and 9? I don't think too much about this. How low is that, relatively speaking, to the rest of the cast? Like, how many characters in Windows Era are below Lyrica? Obviously, like, we know about the bottom percentile. Like, the bottom 5. But I don't remember the bottom 5's placement relative to other Windows characters. I'd assume Lyrica is more popular than, like, Yatsuhashi. But I actually don't remember where most characters fall in the popularity poll. Aside from the ones who are... I don't even know where they fall position-wise. I just know they're the bottom of the bottom. Which is, Ubami. Ubami, Nemuno, Urumi, Eika, Takane, Misamaru, Sanyo. So, like, I know that's the bottom, but, like, I don't remember what their positions are. 13 or 14 Windows characters below her. Okay. Okay, so she's pretty damn low then. She's pretty damn low for a PCB character. I have to imagine the reason for that is because Lyrica kind of exists as an equalizer to Lunasa and Merlin. So while Lunasa and Merlin have more expressive personalities, or more descriptive, colorful personalities, Lyrica's kind of just a average girl. Merlin's very excited, and then Lunasa's kind of gloomy. But then Lyrica's like a mediator between the two, so she's kind of just girl. We count Layla. Not really. I wouldn't count, like, characters who only exist in name like that, because the fact that they're even on a popularity poll is a bit disingenuous in the first place. I think most of the lower, like, entries on the popularity poll are very disingenuous. Like, there's nobody who's actually voting for Anxious Mustache Villager because they like Anxious Mustache Villager. They're voting for him because they're given too many options to vote, and they want to be funny. So they end up artificially plugging a couple random characters, like, spots at the bottom of the poll by a difference of, like, 1 or 2 votes, because it's just a contest of who has the stupider, like, extra vote to burn. Lunasa has always been the most popular sister, yes. Lunasa has always outplaced both of her sisters in every popularity poll since 2003. You can look that up. However, Lyrica and Merlin have swapped positions multiple times throughout the course of popularity polls, but none of them have ever been as popular as Lunasa. Lunasa has always been the most popular of the 3. I think the thing that holds Lunasa back in general is the attachment to the other 3, because it's hard to kind of focus a solo on a character who's a trio naturally. There we go. Okay. Pew. Green. And it's another shiny I had. I'm dying, Squirtle. Slash prediction. Medicine was the highest rated. Okay, there you go. Ha 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 ha. I did it again, but I save stated, so it's okay. I can't believe I did that again. First turn's already set in stone, by the way. I didn't mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. That wasn't supposed to be bait. That was a fucking accident. I almost shit myself again. Got her. A doll residing in the Suzodon field, a young, dangerous yokai. Give a nickname to Medicine. Bagooby. Good. Okay. Good. She's holding an item. Pechaberry. Docile, somewhat vain. That could be max IVs for special defense. Chlorophyll. Not bad. Alright. Let's get out of here, shall we? Of course it was the shiny I already had. At least it wasn't Yorihime. Alright. We're heading home, boys. We're heading home. Medicine is not popular. Medicine is not popular, and she is not a character who is used very often. And when she is used, it's usually the same story. Nina! Alright. I must return. Rest 'em, rest 'em, rest 'em. Alright, boys. Good run. Good run. 4 hours. We got 3 shinies and ran into 4. And 2 of them were shinies I'd already gotten in previous games. Somehow. Isn't that fucking impressive? There you go, chat. It's over. 10 hours and we're in the first city. Well, speed up affects the playtime, but you know. I get what you're saying. And what I'm saying is this. I got 3 shinies, so now we can play the game. Remember, we have a couple other areas. We got Ruins of Elf, we got Route 31, Route 30, and we have the Sprout Tower. And we also have the route that's north of Violet as well. So we have a couple more hunting grounds to find some shinies at. So maybe we'll take a look next time. Oh boy, it'll be great.